Greetings, travelers. Welcome again to another awkward episode of these Bible study devotionals that we're attempting to do. Which I know these things are really weird, but the thing is I'm going to be riding my bike this much anyway, so I'm I've kind of made this weird kind of habit to where trying to peer into God's word, just practice reading aloud, because I don't know, do most people just read aloud by themselves? Because this is the weird thing about these Bible study things, these devotional things, is that this is the only period of time in my day, really, where I just read aloud. I just feel like I don't normally read aloud when I'm just by myself or something like that, and it's just, I don't know. I'm wondering if other people, do you guys just read aloud? Is it, it's very weird, because I do notice. Now I don't know what it's actually called. Maybe but it's I've noticed now when I read the Word of God, I kind of have to slow down. Or just when I'm reading a commentary, I actually kind of have to slow down. Whereas if I'm just reading it just in my internal monologue, just in my mind without saying anything, I can actually read a lot faster. And I'm wondering, does this affect memorization? Does this affect something within the mind? I do know it started, now I don't know how I would describe this really, but I do know that there was this little sector of time when I would just ask thousands and thousands of questions on Reddit and stuff, about Christianity and all this stuff. It was 4 years ago or something like that, right? And I'll just ask all these questions, right? And just seeing all of these responses that I get, and which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because many times you'll get responses, especially on the internet at the moment. You'll get responses from people that are not believers. You'll get responses from people that are believers. You'll get responses from people that are of different denominations. You'll get responses from people that you generally don't even know who these people actually are. And this, the other weird thing is I was talking to one of these people and overhearing what they're talking about the AI systems at the moment, the technologies of the AI systems right now. And what's super, super crazy right now is they're running these weird tests upon humanity at the moment. I don't know if they're doing it in secret, if most people know about it, but one of the ones that's really interesting that I've been overhearing is they're actually testing to see, can you tell if something was made by a man or by or by the AI machine system, right? And even so far as comments, can you tell 140 character comment thing of just a string text of what somebody wrote? Could you really tell that was actually what that person wrote? Or how crazy would it be if there was just all of these thousands of just string comments just made by just AI, just like that? You thinking that they're actually real people. Dude, that's what's crazy right now. It's so crazy because I feel like we're at the precipice of just what's about to start happening. Maybe we're already there. Of just so much, dude. I feel like it's gonna get strange right now. And I know I never really want to get into all this stuff, but thinking about it, every single day I see something about AI with the artists and stuff like this. And so much so now it's interesting because I see a lot of the drawers or the painters talking about AI and stuff like that. But what's interesting is, because I'm not a writer. I'm terrible. You see, I freaking write so slow, right? I'm so slow at writing, right? But those guys are getting affected so greatly, right? Because, with drawing and painting, it's a lot of artists complain about, the robots are taking over and all this stuff, right? The thing is that with drawing and painting, we'd still draw on paper, still traditional paper. We do a painting, you could do a mural on a wall, you could do a tattoo, you do something that's a little bit more outside the realms of the machine, right? But what's weird about
our analog system that we all have kind of been raised upon now is so much of writing is just done just on computer, just like on keyboards and stuff like this, right? And so a lot of analog writing now, it's getting hard to, it's almost, we're at the weird stage of like, people just don't write handwritten books that much anymore, right? Whereas like now, what if like an AI system were to come out and they're, boom, just writing things, you couldn't even tell if a person wrote that or not. Like, how crazy would that be? And just people just playing, oh yeah, I totally wrote that, It's so crazy that we're in that that situation. And just why I'm starting to think about it right now, what I brought it up, is because of like the nature of just reading aloud, having the voice of somebody, and just the tonality and the honing. And it's really weird because I feel like some of the comments that I have received and just have other people have received, how much different would it have been if it was actually a voice comment? Or maybe not even a voice comment. What if it was just both? What if it was a written comment, but also the voice of that person trying to express their thoughts upon the matter, right? And I shouldn't find it like hilarious, but it is very scary in some weird way too. Is I've actually known people that have gotten into physical like literal physical fights because of something as Instagram comment. And it's just so ridiculous to me. I'm just like, what in the world? Now the thing is it's what's very interesting as I kind of observe it a little bit deeper, is that I feel like sometimes, we can use like jokes. We can make something very ironic, or we can make something kind of like pessimistic, or kind of have a joke that's kind of like a backhanded, like you're going to slap somebody in the face or something like that, but you don't want to say that to them, so that you kind of mask it underneath a joke, right? The weird thing is if you do that in a text string comment, sometimes I think it's hard for the reader to really understand maybe that person was just joking, or maybe they are feeling a little negative about you and now they don't know how to express it, so they kind of maybe leave something snarky or something like that, right? And it's just so interesting because I have seen physical altercations, and I guess I haven't seen that many. I don't know if this is a common occurrence nowadays. It would be very interesting to see the analytics and just the logistics of like all people that have some sort of cellular device connected to the internet, right? I do have a lot of, it'd be so interesting to think how much conflict, how much provoking has just simple words done to the psyche, done to the mind on some of these individuals on the internet, right? It gets so gnarly to think that, I've seen some documentaries on, bullying and things of, everybody's, everybody, you hear it all the time, right? It's like, well, I guess maybe not all the time, but, you hear about bullying and all this stuff. What's really gnarly, man, is there have been people bullied so much to the point where they did not know how to escape their mental, psychological area that they were in the mind, and they've, unfortunately, so many people have resulted into taking their own lives, killing themselves, blowing their heads. It's crazy to think about that. And sometimes it's just like all because of just words, and it's just so weird, like thinking about this and then thinking about what we went into yesterday about humiliation and stuff like that, right? And it's like making me wonder like the impacts of I guess the psyche upon like how general society kind of operates at times, right? And I guess moralistically as well, it's interesting when maybe the morals of people, because many times it's like people might not actually have an awareness that they actually are hurting people, right? Sometimes they're just like, oh, well, I'm just joking around, like, it's just all good, but it could actually hurt somebody on the other side of that, right? And it's hard now to see that awareness too, because sometimes we can just, everything is just so fast. It's not like we're going to write these things, oh, I'm going to send that guy a letter over there. I don't like that guy, I'm going to send that guy a letter. It's going to take like 2 months for him to read that thing, Now it's just like boom, 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 and everybody's just like, it's go crazy, dude. But it's like so interesting seeing like it's so interesting seeing like these thought these kind of little thought bubbles start happening in the populace, and then you just start seeing it just bleed out into humanity. It's so interesting, and it's always interesting, like seeing like how these little things. It's almost like you can see them as like little herds. Like it's almost like I'm wondering if some of these people think about some of the stuff that they're doing as in like they're just putting out these thought bubbles to almost like herd people, and just to herd people into some sort of weird, giant psychological kind of mindset, right? Maybe unintentionally, maybe intentionally. I don't really know, right? But I find it very interesting thinking about that stuff. And it is weird getting deeper into God's word, because I feel like if we were to ask most believers, a big one that gets mentioned in so many sermons and so many things about is just the baseline emotions, right? Of just like fear, anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety, worry, like sadness, depression, all of these things. It seems like there's this, I wouldn't say running back to, but it's almost like there's this concrete foundation that we can always go back and kind of just, okay, let's remember how to get out of these thought processes of the mind, right? And what I've started, it's really strange to think about how these sometimes just simple emotions just affect people on a microcosmic level, like even just, sometimes I even think even within the some of the things that I've kind of, you start learning, sometimes I think about it as just like this big energy bar during the day, right? And it's like what things actually chip away at your energy bar, right? And I think a big one that can chip away, even though there's a lot of, things that could chip away at your energy bar during the day, I think a big one can just be just these simple emotions. These simple emotions can trigger a lot more stresses upon the mind. If you're a lot more stressed out, you're probably exerting a lot more force and just stuff like that. And sometimes I'm wondering if the Lord ultimately wanted us to be free from these negative emotional states, right? And it's odd now, because I do like to bring this stuff up to people and hear how they cope. Well, I guess I wouldn't say cope, or how do they heal from these negative emotions, right? And sometimes it's very interesting hearing how people do it. Many times people unfortunately do it with drugs and alcohol, and they don't know how to do like kind of go through it, and they're just drowning it out, right? But what's interesting, man, is just the word aspect. It's always so interesting when I hear people bring up, okay, how do we deal with it, and just hearing the words that they just bring up, right? And I do find it interesting, like seeing that and just seeing how much do they, but just right on the spot, right? Not just somebody just like Googling it right off the bat, just like right on the spot, what are they going to say, right? Not only do I like to hear that with other people, but I also like to hear that within believers, like just, oh, well, what verses have you guys memorized? Have there been maybe some trials in your life that you started thinking about certain verses, and then boom, like for me personally, I think a big one for me was, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. That's in James somewhere. I don't know exactly what verse that was, but I feel like that verse actually changed my life. It sounds like I probably sound like a crazy person, but I feel like when I started really, really, really trying to just memorize that verse, and it was only until I started memorizing that verse that it started affecting my life, right? It's a very simple one. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God, right? Every time I guess I wouldn't say every time, but I would try to have this mindset of every time I got super frustrated or just super upset to the point where I was just going to get super pissed off, I try and remember that verse, right? Boom. And it's just like, it kind of like gets you back into the mindset of, wait a minute, like we need to like, and it's so crazy to understand, or I guess I wouldn't say understand that, because I still don't even know if I fully understand or I'm even grasping any of these concepts within Scripture, because there's so many things I can't even memorize, right? Well, maybe I could memorize them, but I have to just, just like the BMX bike, you like imagine yesterday, I only landed one thing all day yesterday. Everything else I did not land. It was crazy, right? Well, I guess I would land like easier stuff, but like, it's so interesting to me how much like repetition it takes for me to memorize something. And I think personally what's starting to happen in my own mind is I think there might be something with like information overload, just because of just the technology we have right now, just the fact that I can just look up something on the internet and then you're just flooded with all of this stuff, right? I feel like because of this, I can't even really, and it actually takes me longer to memorize certain things, especially if I have a lot of different interests. I'm like, oh, well, I like this, 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 and it's like I can't even remember. I can only take little bits and parts of things, right? And I don't know, it's weird, right? And I probably don't make any sense whatsoever, but that's just what I'm thinking about at the moment. And and it's just fun to think about how, I think for me personally, in this weird season of faith that I'm in, I think the hardest part is just how do we even apply God's word into reality? Because for me, you just see these Bible studies, bro. It's so easy for me to just blah 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 blah, just use these words, but it's like, bro, how do I apply these things to some sort of situational aspect of my own life, right? If I can't even memorize some of these stuff, I actually feel like a hypocrite sometimes when I'm just like doing these Bible studies. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna read this commentary, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I only remembered like one sentence of that entire commentary, and then I go and do something. That's happened to me on these. That's why these streams are so interesting, because it's like there's this weird, even though nobody really calls me out many times, right? But there have been so many, in my own mind, I know there's been many times where I've done some Bible studies on certain topics and I totally forgot it, and then I just do something and literally on the stream, and I don't even remember that I did that Bible study. It's almost like, it's almost like that's the weird thing about like streaming, I guess, sometimes, is like your faults are just apparent it's like you can't really like edit things out. You can't just be like, oh, well, nope, you know what, you guys aren't going to see that, let me just chop that thing off right now. It's like everything's just, you get to see it all. You get to see the good, you get to see the bad, you get to see the bad days, the good days, and all this stuff. And sometimes it makes me wonder about the light, right? About the light, right? And about how we are to be within the lights, and like how Jesus says things on, we're to be like a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden and stuff like this, right? It's interesting thinking about that, right? And it's weird because I've looked up so many sermons on that. You go on YouTube right now, you put in Matthew 5:14 through 16, look up sermon, there's hundreds of sermons on that. And it's really crazy is that it's really interesting because I feel and now I'm not saying any of these pastors are getting it wrong, but I after listening like 30 sermons on this stuff, right? One thing I've started noticing is that what they don't really bring up many times is that if you are a city set on a hill, imagine being a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. Imagine you not being able to be hidden at all. What starts getting revealed? Your faults, your weaknesses, maybe even your sin. Your sin comes into the light, right? And I think there's some verses that go into when we we're supposed to like confess our sins or something like that, right? I don't really know. I don't know too much on this topic, but I think there's something in there. There's something about owning up to our mistakes, being like, okay, well, and here's the other thing I've been noticing is sometimes I don't even realize that I am even making a mistake, right? Unless somebody calls me out or unless I call myself out, there's so many times where I didn't even realize. Dude, there's been so many times where even if you were to watch my very start of these Bible studies, bro, I got so much theology stuff wrong. I got so many definitions of words wrong. And I look back and I go, well, should I just delete these things? But the thing is it's also like the growing process. And it's a lot of this stuff is I wasn't even aware that I was even making these mistakes at all, right? And it has given me a lot more empathy now. In observing and in thinking about other believers' states of faith that they're in, right? Because unfortunately, I'm starting to see this trend now on YouTube in terms of a lot of the Christian sphere. and someone actually brought it up on Reddit, I think a couple days ago. They were saying how like the Christian sphere can get a little toxic. It can, and I kind of do maybe agree with them a little bit. The Christian sphere can be a little toxic, right? Because like, it's like, oh, well, what about that denomination? That denomination is totally wrong, or they're not a part of our denomination, or that pastor's wrong, or don't believe that guy. That guy is and I've had to kind of step back now and think, if we were to love our neighbor as ourselves, right? A big one, if I were to think about what I go through, man, I make so many mistakes. There's so many things that I'm not even aware of that I make mistakes on. And can I have that same empathy towards somebody else that might be making mistakes? I don't know, right? It's like, because many times it's like, I feel like there's even more of a weird sense of condemnation. And I understand why some believers are like that, because I think there is a verse that says you are to judge the believers around you or something like that. And also like the false prophets and wolves in sheep's clothing and stuff like that. But I think, ultimately we should be thinking about their fruits and things of that nature. But anyway, let me get into reading a commentary. I don't even know. I was just basically just rambling. I don't even know. I feel like when I do these weird little ramble things, I probably don't make much sense whatsoever. But these are things that I'm actually thinking about, right? I'm somehow trying to articulate these things. And I want to also say, sometimes a lot of these things I can't find sermons on, right? I can't find commentaries on, because maybe either one, I am not writing the question correctly, or what I've also noticed is many times there are a lot of sermons on these things that we're talking about that maybe you think about and you can't find a sermon on. The thing is that there's only a little character string for YouTube where it says, oh, this is what this topic is, and it's like you can't really. Sometimes they say a lot of deeper things within the middle of the sermons, and sometimes it's hard to find, Anyway, let's hear. Sapphire Slayer. People will get to see your authentic self when you stream. You can't edit anything out. I know, that is a weird one. Thank you for stopping by. It's a very odd thing, right? And it's actually, what's actually very, very interesting is I don't know if it's just. It is very interesting seeing the scope of how streaming started, and then just boom, it just like it. You could see it just has skyrocketed. It is so insane, bro. Now I don't know the complete logistics of it. I have heard some people bring up certain things that, dude, sometimes these streams. Not saying my stream, not barely anybody even watches these streams. People just. I'm going to be honest, I think people just think I'm crazy. But the thing is I just treat these streams as like a practice. And honestly, these streams get me to do things. These streams get me to be more productive, which coincidentally, there's this whole co-work stream thing, right? Where people co-work and they stream because it gets them to do things, because there's an accountability factor. But what I was bringing up is that I've overheard some people bring up that the streaming technology right now, sometimes more people are watching some of these big streamers than like some of these news stations, some of these politicians, and all these crazy stuff going on in the world. What does that say upon humanity? It's like, I think you bring up an interesting point about the authenticity of something, right? I think a lot of us, maybe in my generation and younger, we kind of maybe see through the facade of somebody reading something that they've edited over and over and over and over again, or like they're kind of maybe acting a part. But it's like, is that guy actually going to be like that? If we were to follow that person the entire day, imagine if some of these people were never hidden. You could just see everybody's life all the time. How would people act that way? That would be a very, very interesting. That goes into Matthew 5:14-60. Imagine if anybody was just never hidden. Imagine we could all just see through everybody's life. It'd be very interesting to see, oh wow, that person's way different on how he interacts with certain people compared to other people, or what he does behind the scenes, or it's like, I don't know what to make about any of this stuff, honestly, but I think you bring up a very interesting point. It's just the authenticity, right? It's like, maybe, I mean, how crazy would it be if we've all been grown up with so much acting? What if everybody's just, movies and all that, I'm not downplaying acting. I like watching movies, it's fun, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, imagine if you started living in a society where everybody was just an actor. You would just be like, well, what is even real? Like, what is even, like, am I just acting a part now? If I'm influenced by actors, am I just an actor myself? It's like, which I know maybe we all kind of are in some weird, strange way. I don't know, right? I've just been listening. I like getting to hear people talk about their faith. I keep myself a fairly positive person. Yeah, and that's the weird thing is I don't know if I'm even doing these things right. These weird Bible studies. A lot of times I just read a commentary. I feel like if that's one of the easiest ways about doing the Bible study, just look up a commentary, right? But what I kind of like to do now, what I have been trying to attempt to do, is I like to try and think about some weird topic, right? And just what do I think about this topic? And then try and find like a commentary or something on it. And I don't even know what I would title this one about. I think this might just be... I've been struggling with the impacts of the technological advancements that we are seeing in our very presence right now. we have streaming this on a computer. There's a little camera here. We got light bulbs up in here. It's crazy to think about this. All this technology that we have. I'm talking to a person. I'm talking to you, Sapphire Slayer. I don't even know where you live, but it's so crazy that you're even interacting on here. I mean, imagine if this was a couple thousand years ago, bro. This would not even be I would literally, if this was 1,000 years ago, right? This would probably be a barn. There would probably be like a donkey over there. There'd probably be some hay. There might be something over there. And I'd probably just be by myself right now, just like trying to meditate on this. I'd probably just be like trying to think about some of these things and just trying to find in God's word, right? And it's interesting. It's always interesting, and it's actually very interesting to me thinking about like devotionals. Who was the one that started those very first Bible study devotionals? I'm wondering when like the daily devotional started happening, because that's actually what kind of got me a little inspired. I didn't just go into these Bible studies just like running. I slowly crept in. I was like, I could try and do this a little bit. But it was the guys that were doing their daily devotionals, bro. I was like, dang, bro, that dude is like, and that's the whole thing about like the daily devotional thing that I like, is because I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to be riding my bike this much. I want to ride my bike this much. And then I started thinking about like, well, can I try and put God first? And I'm just like, wow, I see these guys putting God first with their daily devotionals. I'm like, man, well, maybe I could give that a go, right? And honestly, I feel like this season has been such an interesting season. I feel like this season that I'm in within the faith is the season of vocalization, the vocalization of the Word of God, instead of the inner dialogue and questioning of God. Because there's a big chunk of my time. I mean, I still question God a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I don't even understand, right? But as I started realizing, sometimes I would get so jumbled up within the word text of what other people would say, what comments I would receive, and then I'm reading God's word too, that sometimes it just felt all confusing. But there was a kind of a liberating aspect of just reading aloud. Because I was like, wait a minute, wow, reading aloud brings in such a different level, it's like and I think reading aloud's cool, especially like how people can read aloud. I mean, even think about some of these video games we play, right? You hit some of the quest dialogues, bro. They sound amazing, right? It's like it's like you imagine you go to a quest giver. You're like, you found a quest, and he's like, you have just entered into this cavernous space, and it's really cool. You're like, wow, this guy's like very passionate about he's very enthusiastic or passionate about what he's trying to get across or something like that. Now, I'm not saying we can all be like that, because I know many of us, we all have different days, and there's many days that these Bible studies for me are very tiresome. I'm very tired doing these Bible studies. I'm just like, oh, and I'm just trying to remain there, but I can't be there all the time, right? Let's see here. That blows my mind too. I have a viewer from Ukraine that pops into my stream. Wow, interesting. Wow, isn't that crazy, right? And it also kind of, what's weird about the internet is it does make me think about the body of Christ, right? Because it's if you read 1 Corinthians 12 on the many members of the body of Christ, it trips me out, man, because it's like, wow, like how crazy. It's so weird because just thinking about thousands of years ago, it was kind of like who you were surrounded by in your little village, right? Sometimes you would hear a far distant little thing, oh, that something happened in the other town on the other side of the ridge. And they're like, but you really don't know what really happened, right? It's just hearsay, right? And sometimes I feel like it's very interesting because like the village life, it was like you would meet the believers there in your own little village, right? And stuff like that. And it actually really, really trips me out if you read 1 Corinthians 12 about all the believers we kind of coalescing into the body of Christ. No matter if they're all the way over there, if they are a believer, could they be grafted into the body of Christ as well? And it really, really trips me out thinking about that now because, I mean, imagine that, man. I'm wondering if this was actually one of the big reasons for the expanse of Christianity, right? Just that very nature alone. Oh, well, I'm in this little village and I'm a believer. What happens if I take a little trek over to that other village and meet some believers over there? And what if they both read 1 Corinthians 12? You would maybe have a little bit of some similarities of even just a little bit of a thought, right? Which maybe that little similarity was like, oh, well, maybe I could help you out, man. Oh, do you want some of my resources? Oh, you're into that? Dude, I have an extra one. You need a cloak? Bro, I got 3 cloaks. We got you, bro. And what if, I'm wondering if this was maybe the onset of why Christianity just starts like growing amidst all these different little areas, right? It trips me out, man. It really, really does, because it makes me think about the Great Commission, right? What does Jesus say? We are to make disciples of all nations, to proclaim the gospel to every creature, right? Now, I haven't found a sermon yet talking about this, but I do know there have been some denominational splits over some of these matters, right? I don't know, for good, for bad, take it as what you will, but thinking about the aspect of making disciples of all nations, right? Not just one nation, not just one race of people, all nations. Oh, it's crazy thinking about that, right? But because of different nations, imagine all the different environments around the globe. All the different environments, all the different plants, all the different animals, all the different cultures within all of this stuff. And it really makes me wonder of, even just thinking, I'm trying to think of an example right now of how I could come across as, how wide the range would be. We could think about it as imagine if we were to go to do a mission trip in Antarctica, right? Well, if we're gonna go to Antarctica, you think we're gonna be wearing shorts? You think I'm gonna be wearing a shirt like this out in the wilderness of Antarctica? No, bro. We'd have to be totally dressed differently. We'd have to kind of almost learn the cult. Maybe I wouldn't say learn, but you kind of have to know a little bit of bearing around the culture that you are surrounded by, of just how they're even surviving out there, right? Whereas we take that and then we take another instance of imagine if we were to go on a missions trip to Hawaii or something, or some remote little island, a tropical island, right? well, we're not going to be wearing the same things in Antarctica over in this island because we might just overheat. We might have a heat stroke out there, right? And it's so interesting because that was a very kind of opposite. I mean, I wouldn't say opposite, but it's a very dichotomy of just differences of the impacts of making disciples of all nations. Now, it is weird to think of all these differences, but how we can all somehow relate because of the Word of God, right? And this is I think this is why the Word of God has spanned beyond and broken the boundaries beyond cultural differences, just race differences, national differences. I mean, dude, the people that I have met so many different types of people within Christianity, not only just different types of subclasses of people, of just like the poor and the rich, or a homeless guy, or a guy that used to be an alcoholic. I've met people that were once in prison, and they used to be like drug dealers, and they got involved in gangs and stuff like that. And I met people that were Olympic athletes. It's like, what in the world? Not only just all of that, but I met so many different races of people that were all believers. It really trips me out. I'm like, man, the impact that the Word can have upon the mind, it's incredible. Actually, it actually just I don't even know how to say it in such a grand way of just, man, it's tripped a lot of people out. The Word of God has tripped a lot of people out to the point where they remember it. I think that's a big one too, and I honestly think, this is my own opinion, I think this is why the Lord Jesus Christ taught in parables. I mean, when I think about some of these parables, it almost seems like he's illustrating something with his words, but he's illustrating something within a storyline setting to get people to what? To memorize things. I think that's what happened to me. It's much more easier for me to memorize something in the storyline setting instead of just me just getting raw, just factual, boom. I'm going to be honest, sometimes when I see the raw factual stuff, I just go, man, I can't remember any of this stuff. I'm bored or something like that, right? I don't know. But anyway, I probably don't. I've been rambling for 37 minutes. Holy chibunga. I probably seem like a crazy person. Oh, well. We're going to read this. Darn, I don't know. What should I name this stream? Because I don't know what I should name this stream. Should I just say technological? I might just go techno-Christianity. Maybe that's what the name of the stream will be. What does techno mean? Techno definition. Let's see. Techno definition. What would be a definition for like future? It just means music. I guess techno would not be the one to use that. I don't know. How would you technological advancements of the impacts of maybe the impacts of technology upon Christianity or something? I don't know what I would name the stream, because I was going to go into something completely different. I was going to go into humble and stuff like that, but man, I'm already kind of so... I didn't realize, I thought it was like 10 minutes that I was tying. It's 38 minutes. It's crazy. Man, let's see here. I don't know. What do you guys, if anybody has any suggestions, what should I little title the stream as? I put it as a little... I'm going to be honest. I might put technological... I don't know what I'm going to... I'm just going to read some Bible verses on what is being humble. What does it say about... Let's read this one. What does the Bible say about humble yourself? Which I feel like this has no... I guess we can learn. This is always stuff we can learn, right? But just in the beginning of the stream, man, Elise said some crazy stuff. I honestly think about just technological advancements, the impacts of technology on Christianity. Maybe that will be the title of the stream. Impacts of technological advancements on Christianity. I think that would be a good one, right? And maybe we could do humble on another day, because I feel like if I already have talked so much about this right now, and I do this one right now, it's kind of like gonna confuse people, because I'm gonna be like, oh, well, I'm talking about all this stuff, and then now we're going into a completely different topic. But we can read some of these verses instead of, we actually won't even read this one. We'll just read humble Bible verses. Actually, let's read about some Bible verses on God guiding us. Let's go into, which I could actually just put them in the chat right now. Proverbs 3:6. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. I love that verse, by the way. There's another one in here that says he establishes our steps. So let's try and find that one. I know it's in here somewhere. I guess I could just Google it, but I'm going to try and see if we can find this one. Maybe I am going to have to Google this one. Okay, there's that one. Let's see. I guess I can't find it. I think there's one in Psalms 32. I know there's another one in Proverbs somewhere. I just I haven't memorized it. I have it underlined. Okay, here's this one. Psalms 37:23. What does that one say in the KJV? Psalms, or it's just Psalm, not Psalms. 37:23. 37:23. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. That one trips me out, thinking about that one too. I mean, it's so weird, because it's like, does that really mean our steps? Like, it's like, are we really just, is God somehow directing us into these weird paths sometimes, right? Sometimes I'm wondering if God even kind of directs us into these weird situations in life, or maybe for us to even meet certain believers. Because I don't know about you guys, but bro, I've met some of these believers, and for some odd reason, bro, there's just something weird about it. I'm not even lying. There's just something weird about them. There's something peculiar about it. Something just strange about some of these believers I meet. It makes me remember them, right? Amidst all of these people that I meet, sometimes I meet these believers. I'm like, man, you are a very peculiar individual. Like, you are and because of that, it made me remember him more. And I'm wondering if, I know I sound crazy, but I'm wondering if God even does that within our lives sometimes as believers. Even just thinking about if we were to study all the characteristics of some of these characters that we study in the Bible, bro, some of these characters in the Bible, they lived really, really, really weird lives. Like, so weird of lives where I actually feel like if we were to meet some of these characters in real life at this very moment, I think some of us would be shocked. We'd be like, are you kidding me? This guy out of all this guy right here, this guy's living out in the wilderness, bro. He ain't even part of the society we're living, or something like that. Like, just thinking about John the Baptist, I always think about like John the Baptist, because there's that little mentioning that he had a camel hair cloak, living off wild locusts and honey and stuff like that, just out in the wilderness. I'm like, man, that is such a strange, it's so strange that they even wrote it that way. I'm like, man, that is a very strange character. And we all read so much of his writings, and sometimes I wonder if God even makes us live these weird lives in order for us to just be weird to people. I don't know, right? Just to kind of stand out to people, or like he separates us or something to for us to go through some weird trial in our life or something. Maybe, I don't really know, but if you read a lot of these things about some of these characters, it seems like that happened, like where they were like separated, like they were like living in these really weird areas, and then God did some sort of weird thing in their life, and ultimately he got the glory, right, for what they were trying to do. And I don't know, it's even how I started the stream off right now. I started the stream off with this thing. I don't know about you guys, but I found a dead raven on the. I know it was really weird, right? I found this dead raven. I know I've brought in this up a lot, right? But I harvested it. It's Ravenclaw. We have a Ravenclaw, actually. This is actually a real Ravenclaw right here, right? And the thing is I was riding my bike on the streets in Long Beach, right? And the thing is that I actually have the tool with me right now. This is the very tool that I had. Here's our little tool kit right here. This is the very tool that I used to harvest the Raven talent, the Ravenclaw. And I was riding my bike, right? And I saw this dead raven on, I know it sounds weird, I know people just think I'm crazy, but I have never found a dead raven in front of me, right? And I was just tripped out. I was like, what in the world, bro? There's like this dead raven right here. And it was weird because prior to this, one of my other BMX friends, he said he found like a dead eagle or something and he harvested its claw. So I was like, man, because he said something like, oh, well, it was going to die and, you know, and stuff like that. So I was like, man, you know what I'm going to do? And it was weird because it was like on the sidewalk, right? And I rode my bike back to the car where I got these very same things right here. See these things right here? I got these things and I found this dead raven and I harvested its claw with these bike cable cutters. I went and then just harvested this raven claw. And every time I think about it, every time I even see this thing, it makes me think about Elijah. And it makes me think about the strange provisions of God. Because if you think about what happened about Elijah was said to, he was sent by God to live by the brooks of the Cherith River in a cave, right? In a place that was arid, right? A place that he couldn't get food, he couldn't get any of this stuff, and the ravens provided for him, bro. It's so crazy, man. It's like, I don't know, man. Every time I think about that, it's almost like this weird thing where I just think about, man, imagine food. I actually feel, how crazy would it be for most people? Be like, would you eat something out of these hands? That's what I would ask. Out of a real Ravenclaw, would you guys eat meat and bread? Or I think it was like, I don't know if it was just meat or if it was both meat and bread. I think it might have even just been meat. I don't know. But it's so weird to think, right? And I know I have had some people say, man, that's dirty. What did you do? Like, it's like, man, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that Elijah ate potentially. I don't know, actually. I will say, I don't know if the ravens that fed Elijah, if the beak was holding the food or if it was the claws. I think it was a mixture of both, actually, but I don't know. But yeah, so that's a strange thing that I think about the peculiarness of God's provision, about, you know, some of the characters like Elijah. And I don't even know what I'm even talking about anymore. I have no idea what I'm even getting into anymore. This is just practicing, everybody. Oh, well. Welcome to the Practice Bible Study, which today is one of those weird Bible studies where I didn't even read a commentary today. Most days I just kind of just read a commentary because I don't know what to talk about. So what we're going to do now is we're going to chug some coffee and we're going to do a card draw and we're going to go ride our bike now. So we're going to shuffle these cards up and let's see some artwork today, which I forgot to plug the light in. And so we're going to have to, it's going to be a little not as bright. And hopefully we can continue to try to seek first the kingdom of God. And no matter whether we eat or drink, let's do it all for the glory of God. Which is, sometimes it can be a little cringy at times, right? And I also want to say with the drawing yesterday, that drawing was super, super gnarly. Actually, I just look at it, it almost just seems depressing. And normally I don't do the Bible study with the drawing, really. But yesterday I was just thinking about it so much that I was like, man, because, you know, many times it's hard for me to be like, oh, well, I'm going to do the Bible study. Okay, well, how do you illustrate that? In the same day? Bro, that would be insane. That would be just insanity, right? Because many times it's just like, you know, it's just like, we'll just do something easier. Armor of God. You know, something like that. Seed of faith, draw a shepherd, or something easy, or I guess not easy, but just a little topic kind of that we have, that we've done already a little bit. Okay, let's see what the artwork we do. And it's hot in here. I turned off the AC. I've been turning off the AC for these Bible studies, which unfortunately has been making me a little bit more, it's like, because it's just physically just getting hotter and hotter and hotter every minute that passes by. And it's, it's very hot. So it's kind of making me rush these things a little bit more, unfortunately. Whereas like in the wintertime, it's a little bit more slow because I don't have to have the AC on. I would just have that AC on, but it makes this noise, and I think the noise just kind of, people probably don't like that noise. All right here, let's do a card draw. Let's cut this. Boom, 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 boom. First card of the day. Huh, interesting. Oromancer. What's cool about this card, about Oromancers, is a lot of paladins in RPG games, you actually do get auras, and the whole ironic thing about paladins, which I think most people are probably just even tired of me bringing it up, but for some odd reason, I meet so many believers that play paladins, and I don't know, it cheers me out, but that's actually why I kind of like this card, because like paladins kind of learn auras, and you get auras from paladins and stuff like that increase your stats and stuff like that. But okay, let's keep going. Archon of Valor's Reach. Which there is something about. Now this is within Catholicism. If you look up Lion with Wings, I think it's Peter or something like that. I don't know why they think about it that way, but if you look up Lion with Wings, Christianity or something, there's actually this meaning of this symbol with lion with wings. Now, I don't want to say that that's what this means right here, but, I see that and I just think about it. Rogue's Passage. 4. Elspeth Tyrell. 5. Forest. Another forest. Sublime Archangel. Last card of the day. Interesting. Careful cultivation. Careful cultivation. Interesting. I guess we do need to be kind of aware of how we're maybe growing seeds, right? That was the end for the day. Now I'm going to put on the AC because it is a little toasty in here. So I guess today will be, the title of today's Bible study will be the technological impacts on Christianity. I think that would be a good one, right? Or we might go techno Christianity. Tech Christianity. The impacts of, I don't know how we're going to name this one. Weird one. Oh well. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to do technological impacts of Christianity. I think that's what I'm going to name it as. It might get weird in the future. Zen.x. Hello. Greetings. Greetings there, traveler. Welcome. Welcome. How do you face boredom? That's an interesting question. How do I face boredom? Well, you just gotta have fun, bro. Yeah, I mean, also, I will say, I mean, if we want to get a little deeper into this, I guess boredom can even stem from maybe even being overstimulated, right? Imagine if you're doing something that's just the blast of your life. It's just is most fun. You're having the most fun of your life, right? And then you go and tell somebody to do something a little less fun. Maybe not a little less fun. It's fun, but not as fun as what that thing is. What's going to start happening, right? I think, there might be a level of maybe even thinking about it as if you had an energy bar during the day, which I kind of think about this, right? Imagine you had an energy bar during the day, right? And what if you're just overstimulated with something that's super, super fun, and then it's making everything else in your day less fun, right? Maybe you're going to have to start thinking about it that way, right? But also, I think, that's an interesting one. It's also maybe, I think there's a lot of factors that you're talking about too, because we can think about your health, are you getting enough sleep? Because I know if I'm sleepy, if I'm not getting enough sleep, then it'll make anything boring. I'm like, I just want to go to bed, man. I don't even want to be doing this stuff, It could be that. There could be a lot of factors, right? It could be emotional aspects. Maybe you're getting drained, maybe from negative emotions, like a lot of these negative emotions, like anger, depression, sadness, envy, jealousy. Sometimes these can weigh upon the mind and that would probably make anything boring. Honestly, imagine if you were going through all that stuff. It'd probably make everything else boring in your life, honestly, right? Now, I don't know if that's true. These are all my own opinions, so take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. Because I've also had to think about this too, because I actually have heard people say that, Christianity is boring. I've heard that a lot, actually. I guess not a lot. I guess it might just be a younger generation and my generation that say that. I don't know about the older people what think about that. I have been in many churches where I have seen people sleeping, and that kind of got me a little sleepy. I don't know. It's weird, right? Because I don't know. Is there some sort of influence by mere association that happens? Because, I have been in some churches that some people were sleeping when the dude was preaching a sermon. I'm like, dang, bro, you're really just sleeping in here? Like, dang, I'm kind of like, I kind of feel that a little bit too, It's like, I don't know. But the thing is, we also have to remember that maybe that person has health issues. Maybe he didn't get enough sleep, and maybe he made it to church anyway. It'd be better to just make it to church than to just, not go at all and not believe at all. So, we have to also think about the empathy towards that. But also, sometimes I do think there might be even an influence by mere association. So maybe if you are hanging around other people that find something boring, maybe you're going to find that boring. You could see that on Twitch right now. It's actually crazy, bro. Twitch is very interesting because it's almost like you can see people start herd the herd. It's almost like the herd mentality a little bit, bro. Not always. I won't say everybody's like that, but you could see. Okay, so we take this for example, right? Like a new game drops, right? Bro, there have been so many of these new games, bro. The freaking trailer's awesome. This is gonna be an awesome game, bro. We're all gonna play it. All these top streamers start playing it, right? Boom, month goes by. Boom, another month goes by. Dude, boom, three months goes by. All these people start leaving. And then you look at that same category. Nobody's even playing that game anymore. You're just like, you're like, what in the world? Why is everybody just left? It's just a ghost town now, right? But that might even be influenced by mere association. So what if like all these top streamers are like, this game is really awesome, and then they all just get bored with it. Boom. Everybody just starts leaving because these other people are saying it's, I don't really know, right? That's actually a very interesting question about boredom, right? But sometimes it's just good to go through boredom, I think. Because I think also if we can just kind of go through boredom, it makes other things more fun, right? So, or can you even do something that's boring and have fun at the same time, right? So say like, I know I sound crazy, but like, say you had a job at like Amazon, right? And you had to pack orders and you're just going crazy. You're just like, bro, well, what could you do at the very same time you're doing that stuff. Well, maybe you could hide, I guess I don't want to be breaking anybody's protocol, but sometimes, I don't know, maybe you could hide one little earphone in your earphone, and you put a little earphone in, you listen to a sermon while you're doing that at the same time, you know, or like you can learn maybe how to paint. How can you mix colors? So if your hands are already tied up together and it's a very boring thing, well, maybe you should learn how to paint, learn how to like mix colors. And you look around, imagine, because there's actually like it's not very scientific. You actually talk to a lot of artists that are not like, you got to mix exactly this color with this color to make that color right there. But it is there is a little bit of, I don't want to say alchemy. There is a little bit of, you are using real things to mix these colors and stuff. But maybe you could do that, be like, oh, well, I'm doing this really boring thing, but also, how can I mix that color right there? You see this wood? There is a way you can mix that color. There is a way you can mix this color. There's a way you can get this gray right here. There's a way you can get this little green color right there. There's a way you can get this highlight on this right here. See that highlight right there? And then see how there's a shadow right there? There's a way you can get that two color, and you can mix that. There's some people, I've noticed some people that were like in the artist field, you can just even think about, okay, well, you're looking at, imagine you had a job like maybe that was super boring about customer service or something like that, right? Okay, well, what if you started getting into anatomy drawing? How do you draw that person? Even if he's whatever, that might help you with other things, right? To make it less boring. Now, these are just my own thoughts. Please take it with a grain of salt. But, sometimes like that, stuff like that can help with boredom. Maybe even just thinking about words, I don't know. I don't even know what causes boredom. What causes boredom? That's an interesting one. Were you born Christian? You know what? I actually was baptized as a baby. It is weird to say that, but the weird thing is that I actually didn't believe at all for a long, long, long time. I kind of grew up in Christianity, but then I'm going to be flat out honest. I actually thought I was born when that's actually so funny that you brought that up, because when I was a kid, I used to think church was boring, and I was like, this ain't important, and then I just totally put it on the back burner. And I honestly think it's because, dude, it's like, okay, so if you're only going to church one day a week, right? Which, some people, But the thing is, bro, if you're hanging out at school or something with your homies all the rest of the week for 40 hours a week, and you go to church for 1 hour, of course you're probably going to think church is boring because, bro, you got 40 hours. You're just with your boys, you're running around doing stuff, just making fun, just bantering with your homies and stuff. And then you go to church, and maybe it is kind of boring. That's kind of what I felt, honestly, unfortunately, until I actually started going through a lot of these negative things in my life, and then I started looking back into, there was actually a long period where I tried to heal myself with other things, astrology, all these different psychological books, because I had to go to court. I was on probation, and they put me through this therapy thing for a kind of long period. But that was besides the point. It's still the same topic. I tried to heal myself with all these different things. Oh, well, maybe drugs are going to heal me. Maybe this is going to heal me. Maybe alcohol is going to heal me. Maybe all of this other, stuff is going to heal me. And then what started happening is that it all started just it was like dust in the wind, bro. A year would pass by, another year, and then it starts just blowing away in the wind. And then what was weird is throughout all of this, there were always these very strange believers. Maybe not strange believers, but there were these believers, and they were consistent. There was just something about them. Like, I don't want to say like stoic, but maybe like they were able to kind of just be there, not kind of going over here, I'm going to do this. Oh, you talk to that person the next year. Oh, well, I'm totally into something else. And then you talk to some of these believers. They're like, yeah, man, I'm still a believer. Boom. We're still meditating on the word. You're like, dang, bro, that's crazy. I tried all these other things. You're still in that thing, man. It's that actually really started making me look a little bit deeper too, because I was like, man, that consistency. I don't even want to say consistency. It's just, I guess, devotion about, because there's a lot of things that start becoming fleeting, I think. A lot of things that say, oh, it's going to heal you. This is all you need. And then like 1 year later, bro, a year passes by, bro, and I'm like, I don't even remember anything that person talked about. I don't know. It's actually probably not very funny, but that's what happened in my life, honestly. And sometimes I think we all kind of have to go through that a little bit, maybe. By the way, if anybody's in the stream, you do not need to be a believer to watch these streams. You basically just get to see a weird... I wouldn't even say this is a diary. This is just, I don't know. It's at this point, I don't even know what I think about these. These streams are just weird. These streams are just strange, man. I don't know. Sometimes I gotta say, sometimes you gotta try it for yourself too. It's not like you have to like. I'm not saying, oh, you gotta be Christian right away. You gotta. Sometimes you can just go try. Maybe God's gonna have to put you through. And sometimes it felt like maybe that's why God put me through all this weird stuff. Kind of go through all this stuff, and then like I had to like go back to like the very thing that I never really even thought that I was gonna get back into. It is a diary. I don't know about diary, right? I guess it's maybe a. Because I feel like a diary is kind of secret, right? This is a very weird. It's like an open vocal video journal. I don't know, man. I've also just been thinking, how can you make like content being a flatlander, bro? Being a flatland BMX rider, because like it's hard, bro. It's like, dude, like I honestly think if I didn't do this Bible study devotional right in the beginning, I honestly think I actually would have been burnt out by doing these flatland streams, because like these Bible studies are cool because even if nobody even says anything, right? I'm used to it. You guys, anybody watching it, you guys do not even need to be watching this stream, right? The thing is, I'm going to still be doing these Bible studies, bro. Like, no matter if I get one comment, no matter if I even don't get any views at all, we're gonna keep going up the mountain. Because honestly, these streams get me to do things, bro. It gets me to be productive. What else would it be? I don't know. Maybe this is kind of like a vlog kind of thing. I don't know, right? I do like this one dude. His name's here, I'll type his name in right now. Dan Corrigan on YouTube. That guy, he has been making a YouTube video like, I think he's done one every single day for like 5 years or maybe like 3 years or something like that. That guy trips me out, bro. I'm like, holy moly. The cool thing is he's able to like change his surroundings. He's hanging out with all these gnarly skaters. He's seeing other personalities. He's traveling around. It's weird because I'm not in that position, right? I can't really do that right now, right? And so it's like, but how can I adapt? Even in this weird space that I'm in, can I somehow adapt? Somehow even doing something like that. This is how I've had to do it. It might not even be successful or whatever, but in terms of consistency, it is something I'm able to do now just consistently. Even if, and it's like I can be consistent without an outside factor affecting me, right? Because I think sometimes that's happened to me a lot where I'm like, oh, I do something, but nobody likes it. And then now I'm not even going to do that anymore. I'm like, oh, it's totally a failure. I don't even want to do it anymore, right? The thing is because of this stream thing, like it's at the point where I'm like, all right, well, at least I could do something consistently without getting burned out and still kind of have fun at the same time while still trying to do everything that in my own little area right now that we can do. If that makes any sense, right? But yeah, that guy right there, he really cool. What's cool is the Pal Peralta, the company that he skates for, they actually have a bunch of believers on that team. So I think it's kind of cool, you know, like John Bradford's a believer. I don't know the other guy's name, but he writes the little shape boards. That guy's a believer. I'm pretty sure I think even Peralta himself, because he was a part of Dogtown, and a lot of the guys from Dogtown became like gnarly believers and stuff like that. So I don't know, right? But I think it's kind of cool, you know. But anyway, there's my ramblings of a crazy person. All right, I'm just kidding. This is the ramblings of day 857 of trying to learn flatline BMX. With not many other flatlanders by me besides. How would I describe myself? I don't know, man. Growing up, bro, I was a wild card, bro. I'll just say that. I got in trouble by the cops. I think I just had so much energy. That's the thing, bro. Like, you know, I failed schooling, you know. Bro, I could not stay still. And you, brother, people tell me, I did terrible in schooling, bro. Bro, it's like, I need to be, like, doing something. I need to be, like, running around and stuff, man. But then the other weird thing is I was never diagnosed with ADHD and stuff like that. Never diagnosed with anything. It's so weird. I see all these videos of people saying, like, oh, they have this, they have that. I'm like, man, bro. It's like, sometimes I'm like, do I have that? It's weird because I've never been diagnosed with anything. I had to go through the doctor's system and all through, so I didn't get diagnosed with anything. So I'm like, what? I'm like, maybe there's some sort of different category now, which people, I don't know. It's weird, but do I regret it? I do regret it, honestly. There's a lot of things I regret. But the thing is I just think about Romans 8:28. It sounds ridiculous, but I honestly feel like, I know I sound crazy, but I honestly think God put me through this weird thing to where that it actually made me believe in Him. Because I feel like if my life did go in a different direction, right, I actually feel like I probably wouldn't be the believer I am. And I think about this verse right here. It's Romans 8:28. Romans 8:28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to His purpose, right? That verse really gave me a lot of, like, actually not just me, it gives so many believers hope. You're not even believing, many people that are just reading that verse. And it's like, I see it like this. I see it as, imagine there is a giant portal. Just imagine a portal. A cosmic, ethereal portal. But this portal has cogs of your life everywhere on this portal, of this wall. And imagine if there's all of these different keys in here. And you have a giant chain of keys that you're holding right now. And you're trying to figure out which key is going through all of these, trying to make it all work. And imagine if there's one key and it has a cross on it, right? And it's like, and it has this key and it has a cross on it or something. And you put that key in there and you turn it open and everything starts moving. Even the rusty cogs, it starts going and and everything just starts moving together. And then the portal opens. That's what that verse reminds me of. Mm-hmm. But I probably just sound crazy. I think it's kind of fun. Okay, well, we're gonna ride our bike now, so man, it's been an hour and 14 minutes. Holy chibunga. Today I'm like energetic. It's kind of weird. It's weird because I get to notice my energy states at the moment. There was, what day was it? I think it was Tuesday. Bro, I was tired, bro. There was one of these days, man, I was tired. I was like, bro, I don't even know if I'm going to stream today. I don't know. And I just still streamed. And I'm glad I did because, like, you know, you just always do, you know. You could say I'm a bit of a vagabond. I guess I wouldn't say vagabond, but I do many things. The crazy thing is sometimes I just feel like Christianity has affected my life so much to the point where you know, here's the scary thing. I feel like I shouldn't even say this. I feel like I've almost gotten so deep into Christianity now that it's like, now it's actually affecting, like, my life in certain aspects, like, you know, because I've even had people tell me Christianity's negatively impacting my life. Like, I could be making money, doing certain things with, I've had people tell me I could be working for some companies, but I would just have to drop the Christianity stuff. But then, like, how does the economy go through all this? I don't know. It's all weird, honestly. But now I'm at the point where I'm just like, I'm just going to give everything to the Lord. Hopefully, hopefully if I acknowledge God in all my ways, hopefully He's going to direct my path somehow, right? I mean, it's only eventually, I think it's bound to happen, right? Or just something with the first fruits. I don't know. Hopefully I could steward things for God. I don't know. And I guess He has me here to learn flatland BMX, so. All right, let's do this. No, I wouldn't say a vagabond. I mean, I guess. I don't even know what is a vagabond? Is a vagabond? Is he just a traveling? I need to look up that word. I shouldn't have used that word. Vagabond definition. I mean, I do have a home. I will say that. It's just I'm in a very weird situation where it's just like I kind of have nothing to lose. Besides, I guess, just my life in some weird way. And it's kind of cool because it's like, because then, like, it's the whole faith thing, you know? So, like, I'm just kind of just trusting God. It's kind of crazy. I kind of just, like, I know I kind of actually do sound, I actually probably should have been dead many, many years ago. You know, because of certain things and stuff like that. So now, I honestly didn't think I would actually survive at this even right now. I kind of didn't have any future plans in my life. I actually had no hope when I was younger. You know, I had no future plans, I kind of just thought I was going to be dead when I was young, honestly. And the thing is like now, because of that, I kind of just have you know, it's like I don't have any really big eggs in the basket of the future where I have anxiety or anything. It's kind of like we're just sending everything to the Lord, I guess. I was just a crazy person growing up, you know. I had to go through a lot of weird stuff. It's kind of fun, like just giving it all to the Lord, you know. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, honestly. I didn't even think I'd be here in the future, honestly, now. That's kind of the crazy things. Well, here we are. I want to just acknowledge God in all of our ways and give all the first fruits to the Lord, I guess. And give God glory in everything that we're doing. And hopefully to learn to steward what God has given us. That's what really started tripping me out too, because like all these pastors, man, if you type in biblical stewardship Bible sermon, all these pastors say that everything we have is from God, right? And that stuff really started tripping me out, because I'm like, man, if everything I have, even my own life, is from God, like how can we steward this for His kingdom, right? And then some pastors go into like the Lord's Prayer, which one part of the Lord's Prayer goes, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? And so I started thinking about that. I'm like, man, how crazy would it be if God just gave you everything that you have in your life, right? Physical, emotional, mental, ethereal, I don't know, just and how crazy would it be to think that everything that we have, that could potentially be used for God's kingdom some way, right? It kind of sounds like a crazy thing to think about, but sometimes I think about that. All right, we're gonna ride. We are gonna ride. Whoa. Wait, is this zoomed in? Let's see here. Oh, it is zoomed in. There we go. But I will say it is kind of fun just giving everything up to the Lord. Just because, like, the Lord, I feel like He just puts people in weird positions in life, man. Strange times. But it's like, if you got nothing to lose, man, just send it, bro. Imagine if we all just send everything to the Lord. You had nothing to lose. You had nothing in your future. Boom. Just send it all. It kind of makes it fun, because then it's like full, like, you're just trusting on God. That kind of makes it fun. Let go. Bike's really fun, man. A bicycle is very fun. Actually, you know what we could do? Let's make a post on Twitter, in which we learned this from another believer. So what we're gonna do this. We're gonna make a new post and do the drawing from yesterday. Why isn't it working? There we go. Put the drawing from yesterday. And the drawing from yesterday, inspired by, or I guess pondered on the humiliation of the cross. Humiliation of the cross, and many other verses, and many verses. Live right now, if anyone wants to share verses or wants to share verses or ask questions. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this stream right here and we're going to copy this link. Like so. We're going to go back into this one right here. We're going to paste that link in there. And then we're going to put hashtags. So you guys, if you guys want to do the exact same thing, you guys should all do it, honestly. I learned this from another believer, all this stuff from other believers, right? So then I have this thing with all these different hashtags. We're going to go into Christian art right there. We're going to copy and paste some of this stuff. Copy. Go back to this one. Paste. Done. I gotta get rid of one. Get rid of this one. There we go. And so we're going to post this. So if you guys want to do something similar, we did this, and then we have the link to the thing. So if anybody wants to make it, plant a seed or something. Do you think you have depression? I don't think so. I feel like God's word has healed me. Now, it was weird because even when I was younger, I was like going crazy though. Let's just say that. My goal? I honestly don't even know anymore. I feel like if I wasn't doing the whole Christian thing, because I feel like it's so crazy, because I actually feel like Christianity's affected my life so much to the point where like I feel like no companies want to really do much. It's like I don't even know how I'm going to function in society. So I just trust in the Lord, I guess, you know. It's kind of fun. But it honestly isn't even really that hard. That's the thing. I mean, like, how hard is it to put a cross on something? The very thing that the Lord died on, man. Like two little lines. Boom, boom. You know, it's like. But I guess it's kind of controversial in a lot of things, huh? Kind of gnarly.
Vagabond? I don't know if that was the correct word to use.
I guess I don't know where I'm going. I guess it's up to the Lord, right? I mean, when I was young, I will say when I was younger, man, I wanted to like work for some game companies, like get a sponsor on my bike or something. But now it's like, I feel like none of that's gonna happen. So.
Oh, good.
I feel like ultimately, I guess giving God the glory is probably better than anything.
We're just going to give God glory. I guess that is the goal.
To give God glory in all that we're doing. Whether we eat or drink, let's do it all for the glory of God. Ten Commandments. They're very important. The coveting one is, the last one is really tripped me out. I shall not covet. Shall not covet. That one actually healed me a lot when I finally learned it. The last one. I mean, I also think about like loving your neighbor as yourself. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second is this: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I think he says something like all the laws. What does he say? He says something like all the things are upon those ones, or those are like the two greatest. I think it says something like those two are the ones that all the laws in the are like on, or something like that. I can't remember. What am I even doing? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm gonna try some double-footed steamrollers. That's a really interesting question. I don't know. It's actually a very weird one. I know there is some sort of verse about the authorities, but it is kind of controversial. I do feel like ultimately, I mean, if we all loved our neighbor as ourselves, we even loved our enemies, I would like to think that maybe it would promote more peace. Maybe we could become peacemakers. It's easier said than done, though. I mean, how crazy would that be if just everybody just followed you should love your neighbor as yourself? Even loving your enemies. That would change a lot of things. Something like that. Something like that. Oh, we almost did it. Is it a sin to fight back? I don't know. People have different things on that. I personally have now gotten in this weird thing of like, I feel like I would not even be hopefully in a situation like that. So, because I think there is some, I mean, I don't know, I think these are Old Testament verses, but I mean, there's some that say like, the Lord will, something about like, don't take vengeance upon your enemies, let the Lord do something. But I don't know if that even relates with the new covenant. It's a weird one because I know some people have went into the thing about like the 10 Commandments about not killing, and that doesn't really, it means like not to murder. But like if you were killing somebody in self-defense, then that would be all right. I really don't know my take on the matter. I kind of feel like, I don't know, right? I feel like there's a lot of weird stuff with all that stuff, honestly. And then, like, this is actually a weird question a Catholic, I heard a Catholic bring up, right? And it actually really made me ponder, right? There was a question on Reddit by a Catholic, and he said, well, what happens if the church makes churches in all nations? And what happens if a war breaks out? Would believers ever be fighting other believers? Like, what would happen then, right? I don't know what would happen, honestly. I don't know what I would say. And I think some of the responses were just like, well, you know, like, I feel like God wouldn't even put believers in a situation, so maybe we'd just be like, I don't know, I don't really know what would happen, honestly. What would you do? Well, I've actually had to struggle with that thing. I kind of just feel like I'd be like, I kind of see it almost like, because I have gotten, it's weird because you bring this up, because I actually have gotten a lot of critiques from my drawings, not the drawings that you're seeing on the stream right now, but other drawings when I was younger, because like, I had a cross in it, and like, it looked like he was killing people or something like that, and they thought I was promoting violence and stuff like that, right? How I would think about it now is I kind of think about it as like a strange, imagine if there was like an RPG game and imagine if there was an RPG game, right? And there was like a strange Christian class. It sounds weird, right? I think it would be a mixture of like a paladin with the armor of God. But the weird thing about the armor of God is, what is the last part of, or not the last part of the armor of God, but what are the boots of the armor of God? There's something, a big one that actually challenged me a lot. And the boots of the armor of God are the boots of peace. And thinking about that, sometimes I think about if there was like a weird RPG Christian class, it'd be like some sort of like nature paladin. Maybe not nature paladin, but like plant paladin tree growing paladin plant. Yeah, like a nature paladin. That's how I see it. But the thing is instead of killing your enemies, you would plant a seed in them and then turn them into trees. And if they were trying to hurt you, you couldn't really do damage back to them, but you had all of your other stats really increase so you could defend their attacks, right? Thinking upon meekness, right? Because a lot of people think meekness is like, a lot of people think meekness is kind of getting pushed around and stuff like that, of weakness. But also what some pastors have brought up is meekness is also like controlled strength. But I probably make no sense, right? What would I do? I'd probably run away. Probably what I'd do. I would try to stay away from all violent situations. And just try to hopefully sow seeds of peace. I don't know how you would really do that. You know? And I guess that goes in the whole, I mean, sometimes I even think about, you know, loving your enemies. It's like, how would you love your enemies? It's weird. There is something with what Martin Luther King said. I don't remember exactly what he said. He has a speech on loving your enemies or something like that, and he said something about like if you have weapons, then I don't know what he says. I know he said something like he's gonna do the complete opposite. I don't know what it was, honestly. He has like a speech on it. I think he gave away his weapons to show like, okay, well, if they come and, you know, do this, maybe it might even be morally bad upon them that are doing that wrong action if you can't even, you know, get that guy. If the government system does that, would they ever protect themselves if the other country keeps devouring your land? See, that's definitely a weird one, right? To think about. I honestly don't really know, because especially it would be strange, right? It would be strange to think about, because I know resources go into a lot of different things on war and stuff like that. Now this kind of sounds really gnarly. I did read this comment on Reddit, and they just said that, you know, imagine if just, I'm not even going to say it, but I don't want to say it, I don't want to get in trouble. But it is just something really very interesting. I kind of do want to say it, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to make any I feel like that would be a brash thing to say, because I don't know who actually wrote this comment. But they did write something about war and about, you know, things that believers would do maybe. And, yeah, I don't know, it's an interesting one. It's been a very big moralistic thing, though. It has been. But it's actually very interesting, though. Thinking about, you know, loving your enemy, man. It's actually been, loving your enemy and loving your neighbor as yourself has been the most challenging verses that I've had to really think about. Because a lot of things are paradoxically against that. If you know, even if it's masked under, you know, very interesting, you know, all this fluff, if you get down to the bare bones of it, are some of these things promoting loving your enemy as yourself, loving your neighbors yourself, loving even your enemies? Unfortunately, you know, sometimes it's not like that, but hopefully in the midst of it, we become peacemakers. I mean, that is an interesting one, right? about it. I'd probably just go in the forest or something.
People have to live out in the wilderness.
Believers that have to live out in the wilderness or something. I just feel like I wouldn't want to be a part of something like that, right? Because also, here's the other weird thing, because, we've done a couple Bible studies on loving our enemies, right? And I did start thinking about, well, what happens if our technological advancements in weaponry no longer afford us the time to love our enemies, right? What do you do in that situation, right? Or and I think there is a weighing scale that needs to happen as well. I think there actually is kind of, especially nowadays within our technological advancements. It's actually kind of weird. I actually drew this one card and it had a scale on it, right? I could show you it. It's actually Cromley, Dawnclad. Where is it? And actually, it was weird because it made me start thinking about certain moralistic things about what would happen, especially about just the technological advancements of weaponry at the moment, and just the aspect of loving our enemies, even loving our enemies. But what happens if we don't have the time to love our enemies anymore, right? Or what happens if we have weaponry that just kills thousands and thousands of people all the time, just in a matter of seconds? It's weird because I was kind of thinking of, we did this, it was either on one Bible study that we did, but there was this one Bible study and I drew this card after it, right? It's called Dawn the Ironclad, right? But if you see, he's holding a pair of scales in his hand, right? Now I'm actually wondering if I think this is actually moralistically something that people do think behind the scenes. Maybe not behind the scenes, but moralistically, I think. So imagine this, right? Imagine we were called to love our enemies as ourselves, or to love even our enemies, right? But what happens if now we have weaponry where all we have to do is pull a trigger and we can kill enemies miles away without even interacting? That person can't even see you, and you can kill that person. What do you do in that situation, right? Well, and what if they had the very weapons like that aiming at you, right? And they could kill you in a second. What are you going to do? Are you just going to sacrifice yourself? Because what ends up happening, I think, now this is where the scales come into play, I think, is what happens if that person on that other side killed you, but you have the ability to kill that person, but then what if that person had the weaponry to kill 500,000 other people, right? I really don't know, right? I know this is a very controversial thing. I don't know what to make of it all. But I do think the weighing of the scales is something to think about. Yeah. I'm wondering what other believers would think about that. But I think the scales it's an interesting one to think about. I might be completely wrong on all these answers, though. I don't know either. I just do know... I just feel like I wouldn't want to be in that situation. If I could be as far away from a situation like that as I could, I'd probably be in that. I'd probably be trying to seek towards things that were promoting peace. It is, now this is actually a really gnarly one. I mean, I guess I will say the comment that I read. Okay. Take this with a gigantic grain of salt, right? There is this comment because there is this post that somebody made on on one of our Christianity ones about war and stuff like this, right? Somebody said that what happens if just the unbelievers had to just go and fight? What if the people that wanted to kill their enemies, go for it. There you go. It's like, But I guess that would be in the mind frame. I mean, people wouldn't, and we just have unbelievers fighting unbelievers. But that is please take that with a gigantic grain of salt. I don't know who that person who wrote that comment. I do remember seeing somebody write something like that. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. That was not my own thoughts. That was what somebody else wrote. Well, I mean, if you really kind of think about it, that'd be kind of gnarly, huh? The other thing I also want to say is I feel like sometimes this kind of these thoughts, like I feel like many times these are future events, and I personally like to think about, Matthew 6:34, where it says, "Take no thought about tomorrow. Do not be anxious about," what does it say? I totally forgot it. What does Matthew 6:34 say? Something about don't be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. And something, let's see here. It's this verse right here. "Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble." I guess the other thing is like a lot of, if you get into the deep recesses of a lot of news and a lot of news, honestly, you really look deeper into it, right? A lot of it's like them worried about something in the future. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. It's like, and sometimes I don't have any say on the matter, right? Sometimes this stuff gets me more in anxiety that I can't even change any of this stuff, right? And I think it kind of weighs me down a little bit, but I feel, I'm not thinking about this. Sometimes I think if I were to die every single day, what would I do for God? Like if I were to die today, what? Imagine if you just died every day. There's this weird verse from Paul. He said like every day he dies or something like that. And it was really weird to think about that, right? What if you did die every day? What would you do for God? That'd be gnarly, huh? I also think that there's some verses that say there will be rumors of wars. Then there's a verse that says a nation will rise against nation. There will be rumors of wars. It does sound weird. It would be kind of weird if like the Lord kind of made some sort of weird, I mean, it sounds strange because I feel like I think I saw something with Titus Morris. No, it wasn't Titus Morris. It was Peter Santinello. I think there was this episode of Peter Santinello. He's that really big YouTuber guy, right? I think there was some episode about like the Amish or the Mennonites. And they said something like, I think one of the Amish people or the Mennonites people, or it was Titus Morris, one of those three, is something within that little thing on, well actually it's actually a really big thing on YouTube. They said something like if society were to collapse, then, they could still survive because, they just live without much technology and stuff like that. Sometimes I think, how crazy would it be if like the Lord kind of has the Amish and Mennonites just doing that just as a backup plan, right? I mean, that'd be crazy, right? I don't know though. Well, I'm gonna write now, so. Time to write now. But that might be something to look into. I mean, I don't want to say like to be Amish or Mennonite, but there is something. I think they did say something like, one of them said something like that. Something about if society were to collapse. Like they don't even care if society collapses because they're just going to keep living on. Something like that. I don't know. It was crazy. Like, I need some different music up here. Let's put on some peaceful music. Thinking about peaceful stuff. Do I think it's easy to be alive? I don't know. I think it's hard for everybody, honestly. Right?
You scored big at the tourney, and your chips are great for me.
One Christian said life is easy. Well, I guess it's easy in different stages, right? I feel like nobody has it completely easy. You're asking some interesting questions. Those are some interesting questions. Because I feel like I've heard some. Here's the other thing. Some of these questions you should look up. You should ask other believers too, like on Reddit and stuff. I feel like I'm not the best person to ask a lot of these questions because I don't know any. I don't know how to respond to some of these questions, right? So I'm gonna lay that out flat, right? So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But I have read a question someone brought up about something like that, and saying, they kind of went. I think they said something. Well, why does God put suffering upon people's lives? I think there's some verses that say that there is going to be hard times in our lives, especially. I think in James goes into trials. And also thinking how the Lord lived. Do you think the Lord had an easy life? I think within learning about things of God's Word, when we do go through trials and tribulations in our life, that it does give people the resilience to not completely lose hope, to not completely just maybe want to end their own life or, commit suicide or something. I think it does give people the strength to keep going amidst difficulties, because that is what a lot of characters in the scriptures went through. That makes any sense? Sometimes you gotta kind of just like search, I don't want to just say just like, because I feel like people sometimes have to do their own little searching, right? You know, sometimes because you know, I would like people to, you know, have like a seed of faith that gets planted. But also sometimes I feel like the Lord puts people in way different scenarios of just like, sometimes you just got to learn from trying a whole bunch of things, seeing what does really, you know, like, until you kind of come to a grasp. Because that's kind of what, I feel like that's what God did to me. God kind of made me go through all these different things ultimately to kind of like come back. Maybe sometimes people need to go through something like that. I don't want to say if that's bad or good, but I will say there is this strange sermon from this guy named Charles Haddon Spurgeon. And it was a very weird sermon because it was about winning souls, right? And it was about how Paul was once an unbeliever and he was once a persecutor of Christians, right? And how God would use even somebody like Paul and transform him, right? And I think there's some scriptures that said, like, you know, Paul thought of himself like as a really bad sinner and stuff like that, only for God to use Paul, right? And so then what Charles Haddon Spurgeon started talking about, he started talking about maybe this is why God has people kind of go out into, I mean, I wouldn't say the wilderness, but maybe even a wilderness aspect of straying away from God's word, so that when you come back to God, you will have a little bit more empathy towards the people that maybe you were kind of learning from and stuff like that. I don't know. There's some. I think it's a sermon. I think it was called like Becoming Fishers of Men or Winning Souls for Christ by Charles Spurgeon. It was a very interesting sermon. It was a very weird. It was almost kind of controversial. You gotta seek it too. Meet other believers. But also then the other thing is that's kind of trippy about it all is you also have to remember that, I mean, I don't know, I guess maybe I should bring this up, but it's also another weird thing to think about that also trips me out too, is also a lot of people don't realize that the devil actually masquerades as an angel of light. And if you were, I've heard a lot of believers say, if you were actually going to meet the devil, he's not going to come to you looking like, you know, Baphomet or something like that, or like a dude with a pitchfork or something. He's actually probably going to come to you looking like a believer. And unfortunately, he has a big goal of wanting the seed not to grow. The seed is the word of God, right? And you kind of start seeing that within, you know, and I feel like that's what also makes me think much deeper on how we're kind of planting seeds of faith and how we're watering seeds of faith, or are we ripping seeds of faith out? Man, you're asking a lot of questions, huh? That's crazy. I went like all week without answering many things. I don't have tough confidence type believers. These like the, well, sometimes I don't know. Maybe you just need to change your surroundings. Maybe you just need to go by the beach. I forgot to change this. Let's go into... Yeah, it's weird. Nobody's talked to my streams for all week, and then it's okay. It's all good, bro. I will say another thing, right? Here's another thing I will say. If you were to lose everything, right? I know I sound crazy, but I feel like if you were to lose everything, imagine you lost everything. Everything that you ever know about. What if all of your friends died, everybody just died around you, you lost everything, you just became homeless? I would like to say that if you went into a church, you would find some help, right? I don't know what denomination, but, you know, I just feel like that is one aspect of it if you were to lose everything. I mean, that's the thing. Because that's kind of a weird thing, and I never really, knew that until, I was kind of working at this church called COA in Long Beach. And it's crazy because this church just gives out free meals. You can go there, but I'm just going to say it's a really, it's the gnarliest church I've ever been to. There's, homeless people. There's, just meth addicts. There's people just, just talking to themselves. People that haven't showered for months on end. Bro, it's gnarly. It's a gnarly church, but the thing is a lot of them are in those pits of despair where they have lost everything. They've lost everything to the point where they just smoke meth and they don't know what to do with their life anymore, And unfortunately, nobody really knows how to help these people many times. It's either they're just going to go to jail, but then the jails don't even know what they're going to do. And I don't know. Then it's weird because it's sometimes I guess the believer is trying to help them out, giving them food, clothes if it's cold out, offering, charity and stuff like that. But I think what really needs to kind of happen, because it's just I feel like it's growing more and more and more, and I feel like there's just something about this is what another pastor brought up. I don't know if it's completely factual, so take it with a grain of salt. But there was this one pastor that was talking about how there's this weird phenomena starting to happen in our era, right? And it's the phenomena of we actually have the most means of therapists, psychologists, medicine to heal all these mental disorders, all these ailments of the mind, right? But yet there's a weird paradox right now that the rates of all of this stuff it just keeps going up and up and up, right? So you'd think if we have the most of these things to heal the mind, this thing would kind of go down, right? But it's continuing to just get worse and worse and worse. I don't really know what to make of it. So take that with a giant grain of salt. I don't know if that's actually factual, but that is what I have heard. Maybe we just need a bunch of street therapists. Maybe that's honestly what needs to happen. But the thing is, that's kind of really weird, right? Street therapist.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. Well, money I saved. Not my bicycles.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's I was just talking about therapists and psychologists of healing people. But yeah, there are the street preachers and stuff, and that's the weird thing is the church is kind of now, I mean, I wouldn't say all the churches, but there have been some churches that they kind of had to try and heal these people that are out in the streets, It's kind of weird, though. It was a weird situation. You could see it in Long Beach. If you go to Long Beach, go to COA. I think you could even probably type it in. I don't know if they have a website. I think they have a website or something, but it's a really gnarly church. It's this old church from the 80s or something like that. It's actually weird. It kind of reminds me of this movie, They Live. If you guys watch They Live and then go to that church, it kind of reminds me of that church. It's so funny. And there's like a homeless camp and then there's like a church. Not at the moment. It's kind of weird where I live right now. It's like when I was living in Long Beach, I was kind of like living in my car, so I was like around all these homeless people, you know? But right now where I live, it's like there really isn't that many homeless people. It's actually really weird. It's actually kind of strange because I feel like it was more like lively being out in Long Beach because there's just like so many random people, man. Whereas like here, it's just kind of like, it sounds weird. I kind of feel like there's some parts of our civilization, it's just like keeping up with the Joneses, man. You're just kind of just like, you know, it's like you're kind of just set in your ways and just kind of like, but yeah, man, if you really want to get tripped out, bro, there's parts of, like, you just be homeless out in California, bro. It's like gnarly. It's like, it's kind of crazy. You'll see like happy homeless people. You'll see $1 million mansions right by the beach. Like, dude, imagine that. $1 million mansions right next to the beach. And you'll see like some homeless people just living right there. Boom. Right next to this crazy mansion, sometimes outside in a tent. And they'll just pack it up they'll sleep there at night, pack it up during the day. You don't even know that they slept right behind your house. It's crazy, man. And then it's weird because I've ridden in some of these streets, like at, like by Naples, and like I'll look inside these houses, bro. Sometimes it doesn't seem like people are living in these houses. These gigantic houses, bro. Sometimes you'll see like, sometimes you won't even see anybody in there. You're like, is anybody even living in there? There could be like 50 people living in every single one of these houses. It doesn't even seem like one person's living in some of these houses. It's crazy, bro. I mean, maybe that's why there's so many homeless people. Maybe some of these places are just so expensive. It's like you can't even live in the houses. It's cheaper just to live outside, man. I don't know. It's a trip though. Go out to Long Beach. Just like you can see it. Yeah, if any of you guys fall on some hard times, if any of you guys ever fall on some hard times, you lose everything. I mean, I hate to say it, but even if you're addicted to meth, you start stealing stuff from your friends, they all exile you, nobody wants to talk to you anymore. It sounds crazy. I know I sound crazy for saying this, but if you go to COA, the church in Long Beach, it's downtown Long Beach, you can get a free meal, a free breakfast, like 4 days of the week. You can get like a hot dinner like three days of the week. No matter who you are, you know? Even if you are a meth head and stuff, it's crazy. It's like, you'll still get fed. And hopefully, people will try and help you out. Even if you're in the lowest of the lowest position, man, hopefully you'll find somebody that at least wants to try and help you out if you're in a situation like that. Which I don't think most people are there. Most people I feel like that are even watching Twitch, probably not in that situation. But if you are, or you know somebody that is, just know that there's help that you can find. I was homeless. I don't think I would be on Twitch. I mean, that would be a crazy stream. I mean, imagine if there was like homeless people streaming. Honestly, I mean, maybe that's what needs to start happening. Sounds crazy. Imagine if there was a homeless stream. It's like, all right. I mean, honestly, if a homeless person was streaming, I feel like, you know, like, I think they eventually have to find some sort of help, right? Honestly, that actually would be a trip, bro. Imagine if just like homeless sectors were just streamed and people are just like, what in the world? This is insanity. Why isn't everybody helping them out? Wait a minute. There's a drug deal over there. That guy's selling fentanyl. Like, that'd be insane, bro. That would be crazy. I don't even know I'm gonna. I don't know what I'm talking about. Take everything I said on very slow. The cops would be on Twitch 24/7. I know, that'd be crazy, huh? I don't know. Here's the other crazy thing. Here's the cool thing about the BMX bike is that, dude, you should get a BMX bike or like a skateboard or something. You could see a lot of this stuff, bro. A lot of this stuff you can like drive by it, dude. You know, there's a lot of stuff where you could drive by the homeless people, you know. But dude, when you're actually like there in the streets with them, it's way different, bro. It's kind of gnarly. It actually is gnarly. You know, you get to like ride past like a heroin needle and stuff, like, you know, heroin needles and a freaking thing. You see people like that look like zombies just run around. I mean, not run around, they're kind of just wobbling around looking for snipes. But you'll see a lot of people sniping, right? What sniping is when you see people looking through the gutters, they're looking for the butts of cigarettes, right? And you call them snipers. You know, and there's a lot of them out there. A lot of people smoke cigarettes, right? And they find these little butts and they kind of put them all together. You smoke them in a pipe or they put them in they roll it. But yeah, you'll see it because I think a lot of people get tripped out. Why is that person just looking in the gutters? Like he's like just like, you know, they just like kind of look like a zombie, just kind of like walking around, just looking like this everywhere. You know why they're looking for little cigarette butts, dude. I used to kind of live in my car. I was on a car journey out in Long Beach for like 3.5 years. I haven't even landed anything, but it's okay. Yeah, if you get a bike, man, go journey. I mean, I wouldn't say every city's like that, because, you know, there's some cities that's actually really not a problem. Like, even the city I'm in. I feel like it's just so hot here that, like, I mean, I guess if you go kind of, like, deeper downtown, but that's actually kind of the weird thing. Because some areas have a lot of cops, right? But sometimes, what I've noticed is sometimes in some cities, the homeless population is just so vast that the cops don't know what to do with them. So what they do is they just kick them out, you know? And they just kick them out. They kick them out of that one, they move over here, they move over here, they move over here, and they just funnel them around. There's just so many homeless people don't know what to do. Well, yeah, that's the thing, you know? That's why it's like safer to observe humanity on a bike, because like if you're like on a bike, you know, like you can kind of go to a sketchy part of town and like, you know, someone says something, you just ride away, you just run away. But a lot of times if they see you doing tricks and stuff, they kind of don't really care, you know. It's kind of weird. Like there's this weird thing, like, because like if you go into like the hood or like some part that's kind of a little bit more like, I wouldn't really say gang-ish, but maybe so. But if you're just walking around, imagine you see someone walking around like, just walking around. What are you gonna think, right? Some of them get all tripped out, but the weird thing I've been noticing is if you ride BMX or you skateboard, you just do a trick, people are just kind of like, oh, that guy's just doing a trick. He's just riding a skateboard, right? He's not like an undercover cop, or he's not like some sort of guy from a rival thing trying to get into your hood or something like that, right? It kind of gives you this weird little pass to go and observe humanity. It's kind of why I like watching animal bikes. If you look up animal bikes, there's this brand called Animal Bikes, and they go to all these gnarly spots, and you can tell some of them are super gnarly, right? And those guys have definitely have probably observed some gutter parts of humanity.
There's a lot of scares in bike riders out.
Okay. Let's see. You're a trip, dude. Nobody said anything all week today, basically. I kind of got used to just not talking really on the streams. What was I even trying to practice? That's the question. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the new combo. I guess we could also practice hitchhikers. Hitchhikers and double-footed steamrollers that I need to practice. Here. The topic of discussion. I know I probably should. I honestly do need to start working on the titles more. They're kind of mundane, huh? I haven't changed the topic thing in forever. I just change it by a day-by-day basis. Man, it's already been 2 hours and 30 minutes. Holy moly. I need to land something. Alright, I need to get on the ball now. Normally I land a clip around. I've already would have landed a clip. Lights are fun though. So I'm kind of riding a little bit more of an obscure thing with the flatland. A lot of people don't really like ride the flatland stuff. I thought there was a new playlist that this guy put out. What do you like to do for fun, man? I will say, nobody's asked this many questions in a long time, so you got yourself that. I'll be right back. we ride outside or should we not ride outside? I don't know. Like to play video games? What video games like play? You play WoW? Valorant. I've never played that game before. I have not played that game before. Yeah, this trick's so hard. There's like there's a lot of churches around me. I honestly like to do the online stuff, especially the ones that I did on the in Long Beach. This one's like a chill playlist, huh? I think we need something a little bit more faster.
Why is it most places ask you want to add a drink to that and never what do you want to add to that drink? Maybe
Let's see. We got a cliffhanger. Hot burrito out. Kind of landed it. Oh, you followed me a while ago. I don't really get the alerts for the follows, so not bad. I didn't say that. I just see a bunch of emotes follow on my thing. Thank you for that, man. Just remember, you don't need to be like watching these streams, really. I feel like you don't need to be watching. Except for the Bible study. I feel like that's just the most important part. This is just me failing over and over and over again until I do something. That's kind of how I feel like the Bible studies are. I just fail over and over and over again. And I land like one thing in the Bible study or something. Good idea, cleaner. I'm starting to get that trick a lot more consistent. You should change that. Yeah, I don't know how, I don't know how to do the alert thing. And I know in a lot of other streams it says like when you follow them, they're like, oh, this person followed. I think I need to go on my stream elements. Do you stream? You get, if anybody wants me to follow them, I'll follow you. Let me know. I don't watch too many streamers, but I do see you. Maybe I'll give you watch it for a little bit. Like a year ago? You want me to give you a follow? Who wants to follow? I'll give you a follow. Man, it's hot. I like driving in there. This is like really chill music, huh? Can we change the music? I think I'm gonna change the music, everybody. I'll give you another one. Here we go. Boom. I got you, bro. You got 25 balls now. Ooh. Trick's so scary. I don't know how people do it. They make it look so easy, but it's not for me. I'm practicing it. I think that one's like really been helping me learn that one. There is this one streamer, his name's Moya Flat. He streams on Twitch a little bit. He says if you want to learn like cliffhangers and like stuff like that, you want to learn this trick like this, and then learn it with this hand. It doesn't seem that hard, but it's actually really hard. Because it's hard just with this hand, but you have to be like ambidextrous instead. It like helps you out. I'm not good with my other hand. What games do you like playing now? You just like playing Valorant? I need to change the music. I've been listening to this a little bit too long. Some other stuff. This one came out 9 hours ago. Well, I guess we could practice that new combo I was doing yesterday too. Let me try that one as well. Your last year of high school? Yeah, dude. Radical man. You like to run. Ooh. Not terrible, but almost. That's really weird. I'm like scared of it. I don't know why. I guess maybe that's why they call it the cliffhanger. Oh, I'm so glad I was wearing shoe guards. It would have been gnarly camera. That's it right there. Close, but no cigar. All right, I drink water. You have a bibleverse, dude? Trying to do that new combo too. Or no, that one has two no hand. I'm trying to get a no hand combo. Before we move on. Across. Almost landed. Landed all the other stuff. That was really fun. Decade got me. My cranks are in the wrong position. Let not the dragon be my guide. Do you have anybody has any questions on any BMX stuff, or Bible stuff, or drawing stuff? Love it here. Well, you guys have any tips on any of these tricks? I love you here. Peace. Cool.
At U.S. Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the goods to eat, but for...
Steaming for some reason. You know what? I need to ice down, man. Artery. Someone said that. You ice your neck, it gets a big artery in your neck into your heart. Someone also said if you do the arms too, and then lift your arms up, sometimes it pulls like cold blood into your system or something like that. You guys have any tips on how to cool down? That's why I like riding in the winter. I feel like I actually have more endurance in the wintertime. What should we try to land? Well, we can try some trials maneuvers. Tire yourself out. You put that one over there, but maybe we'll try that one then. This goes right here. Getting into some trials maneuvers. Oh, I'm so hot. Really good. Little AC won't even do anything.
Boy, what's that word then?
Go. We're back. Three back. Alright, there. Sounds cool. Bricks. Man, I forgot we could put the videos and stuff up. Sketchtastic. Then you get the last brick. That last one right there. Cooling ourselves down with a frozen water bottle. I might even just start bringing this to skate park. That'd actually be pretty nice. Bringing a frozen water bottle to in a cooler at the skate park. It's open. Maybe. You have to remember this position right here. So that brick right there, right by the cross right there. That one and then that one. Worked out. I feel like that's kind of what was messing me up, is like spacing out wrong. So when you do the pedal kick, it kind of like messes you up every time. We got 2 no-handed tricks today. Try and make this maybe a quicker day. Maybe we'll just draw right now. Do like a quick drawing, make it a quicker day. Quicker-ish day. Hopefully the stream mark 257. I'm gonna have to just write it down just in case, but I kind of feel like my stream markers aren't working. Maybe 257. I think we're gonna make this a shorter day, so I think I might just go draw right now. So we're gonna put all these bricks up and we're gonna go draw. I'm gonna make it a shorter stream today. Pack up, everybody. We're gonna go draw. Come over to draw. Maybe just an Armor of God character, or maybe just a graffiti piece. Read the Word of God. One verse. Interesting. The Lord is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer of the righteous. The light of the eyes rejoices the heart, and good news refreshes the bones. Bikes are fun. I just feel like the bike is, I don't know, there's something about it. It's like, don't get burnt out. I get burnt out of so many things, but it's just fun. Even though I don't land anything, it's fun. Ice water bottle back in the freezer. Let's go draw. Try and make this quick. Fur. So hot today. It's like humid hot. Humid hot, humid hot. Humango jabanga. Humango jabanga. Art. Oh, what should we draw? I think we might just do graffiti. Or should we do an armor god one? This one's hard to like draw something from this one. Technological advancements of society. How would you draw that? Make some more paper. I know I have some. I've been using this for a lot of our thumbnails. That's what I'm actually have to start doing. Stop wasting paper and start using these for our thumbnails. Did that one for the thumbnail. That one. I'm gonna go clean up real quick. Wash my face and stuff. This one, the next video. We're gonna watch a video. I'll put a video on. I'm gonna do drawing.
Over to
205-star reviews. Shop Old Spice.
When I filmed what a lot of the footage you're going to see, I had no intention to talk about what I'm talking about. I just thought that it was kind of perfect. It actually is kind of more based off of something that Zach and me talked about today. I filmed a video with Zach where we figured out something that really opened up a ton of tricks for us. And that video is not this video. That video is coming out, and it's crazy on how, like, we've both been doing this for 20 plus years, and we're still figuring things out that unlock so many new tricks. Like, it's such a simple concept, and I'm excited to, like, do that video. But this is a slightly different video. But when we were having this conversation, Zach was like, yeah, I feel like I'm worse at skating than ever. And being that I get to see Zach skate in real time, I know that's not true. I think when I first started skating with Zach, when he was still riding for blind, he is significantly better. And I think the difference is we really look at the tricks that we did and not the process to get those tricks. So there's tricks that every skater has done once you've been doing it for a couple of years that you probably will never do again. And if you did, it would be very, very difficult to replicate. And I think it's easy to forget how much effort was put into it. But basically, I ended up skating Shrimptown Skate Park, which was like my old local for a second. And we casually just had a session with Ness. I wasn't even planning to film a video this day. I was just like, oh, like maybe we'll get a couple clips. And I filmed something for Vanessa's channel. I put you'll see footage of it. There's like a GoPro on my head. And I'm not using any of the GoPro footage. That's all Vanessa stuff. So go to her channel, link in description if you want to see that. But just casually skating, and it was funny on how I was worn out. I didn't really even feel like skating that much, and casually I was significantly better at skating my old local than I was when I lived there. And so I'm just going to show you some clips of like me skating it, and keep in mind these are Instagram clips. That this is before I had YouTube, so I would like really try hard to do like tricks that I thought were like exciting or like at least progress my skating in some way. Whereas now, like I film 20 minutes of footage pretty consistently, not necessarily on a daily basis because I film videos about other people, but I do skate every day way better than I ever did before. So there's some tricks in here that are pretty cool. One in particular that I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I used to be able to do those. I need to start doing those again. But then we'll watch the footage of just like, it felt kind of like a casual session, but it's better skating than it was back then. Also back then I was working 50 plus hours a week. I had a dog to walk. I had way more responsibilities. I was very stressed out. But we're going to watch some of the footage and then we'll watch the session that happened the other day. So this is actually where I figured out how to do decent kickflips. So what you're about to see right here is the first intentional decent kickflips of my entire life. I figured them out skating flat ground in Shrimptown. So here they are. Are they the best? They're not terrible. You can tell that I was like trying so hard to exaggerate them because if I didn't, they would just be super mob. Now I think my casual kickflips are significantly better than this, but here they are. Not bad. I'm trying really hard to do cool kickflips. This is also the beginning of my slappy life. Backsmith on a flat bar, I do not do that, especially a square rail. Over-exaggerated ollie out with not much of a dip. I did one of these the other day, switch backsmith, and I think I maybe third try. It was definitely better than that one. That's me seeing if there's anything to back salads. I think this is when Stephen Lawyer, is that how you say his name, was doing the back salad from 180 out in the middle of the ledge and the frontside flip and stuff. I just did the shove it out because I hadn't seen that one yet. Literally the beginning of my frontside nose slide era too. That ledge going across and down is where I figured out how to hold them. That took forever. All these tricks actually took forever. This one, it took me a long time to figure out how to sit on 50-50s around this because I didn't know about intentional crosslock yet. This is probably literally a month before I figured out crosslock. But in this one, I happened to lock into crosslock. Kind of. That was hours. Mob fakie frontside flip. What a weird trick to mob. I like drug my truck on that front board on purpose. I thought it looked cool. Kickflips are clicking. That was me figuring out how to like to hold switch front boards. Now it's kind of a casual trick to me, but that is the origin of me switch front boarding. Oh, this is also where I started to figure out a lot of the slappy stuff. So I got good at slappies when I moved to California and I rolled my ankle. But you'll see how terrible a lot of these are. These are like super early versions of it. Slappy Willie 270. Oh, there goes a light. That's fine. Basically a stall. This is the trick that I need to start. I'm going to try to get past this intro and right into the skating. But I'd like to say before the video starts, like, so why is this the best skate spot? I've skated all the famous plazas. I've skated the vast majority of famous skate spots. And I've skated almost every single state with the exception of Hawaii and Alaska. So like the plazas in Chicago, and I got to skate every perfect granite ledge in New York City. I've skated a ton of stuff in California, Northern California, Southern California, and everything in between. DIYs don't count, they're too altered, but I've skated perfect angle iron ledges. I've skated natural transition. I've skated spots that seem to have coping for no reason. And nothing is as good as this, because this is actually better and unique than a lot of skate park obstacles that I've skated. And regardless of whether you're a street skater or a transition skater, you can kind of adjust to it. It's kind of this perfect in between. And if a skate park adopted the dimensions of this, I think everyone would be really stoked, because it skates different. It's familiar enough for you to still be able to do your tricks, but there's still that adjustment of like, whoa, this is fun and exciting. All of my normal tricks don't click immediately, but so it makes them more satisfying to even do. And you don't have to push at this spot, which I think would be pretty difficult to top. And it's pretty smooth. And all the stuff that we were skating in yesterday's video, the manual pad with the ledges and stuff like that, and the flat bar that you can go around the corner that Nick was skating and doing the pop-out stuff, that is also at this spot. So that also counts towards the spot, but we're really focusing in on this other section that goes on for a while. And also keep in mind, when one of these things gets bad, you can just move up a level. So all of them are still skatable. But once they finally get too rounded, which I don't know if it will happen because it's the material that it's made out of, you just go up to the next one. There's like 15 of them. So enjoy this incredible skate spot. There's no way that you're not going to be like envious of skating this spot, or if you've skated it, yeah, you're stoked. Also good for this one. Yeah. You ever skated a perfect mini ramp in the streets? Well, perfect I use loosely, but look how it gives you enough speed to go back and forth. Oh! Just enough speed to go back and forth, yeah. He skated this before. That was his first run. He's never been here before. Can you imagine? With the hips? The little hips you can skate? Oh, I didn't even notice the hip one. Let me see that rock ollie in when you catch your breath. You did like the fakey disaster and you ollie out of it. Which one would you do on this one? I mean, it did not count. So it's got a little bit of a slappiness to it, but so playful. The lip on it is a little different. And it's really grippy, but God, it's so fucking sick. Yeah, you just want to fucking talent on it. Oh, this is the spot to get the grooves in your trucks? Yeah, because it's like sharp enough of a corner, but it's really like hard material. Like it doesn't really chunk up, and I think it's too mellow for bikes to want to play with.
Okay, Dad.
What's with all the police everywhere? I'm not supposed to tell. You know the butcher? The freaking nut job that goes around chopping people up? The feds heard that he's gonna be here today. So they set up a trap for him. This whole concert, it's a trap. They're watching all the exits, they're checking everyone.
No. Like full blown mini ramp style. Dude, that feels so sick. Oh, I'm gonna catch my breath. That was good. Pretty sure you just like kick your legs and lean this way. So I think if you can do it here.
You.
Oh, I try to get a barley. That means I have to grind the backside of it. Like, even stalling that feels so uncomfortable. Why is that so hard? The other way is so much easier. Ugh. Alright. I gotta find where my feet need to be. It's gotta be like here. That's a weird spot to put your feet though. Okay, so that'd be.
Yeah.
Maybe I can't do that. Is that it?
Yeah.
What?
What was that?
This spot is the best spot in the world. We were debating on what the best spot in DC was, and I said a lot of people probably think it's Freedom. I really like Welfare. And then I don't forget about the spot. I forget how incredibly fun the spot is. Like, I remember the spot, but I never remember the times that I have here. It's so good.
All right, let's start.
There it is. We were talking about how hard blocks are on here because two ways around on the top is like once you grab it down, you have to move it here. One thing is to find the space on ramp. And yeah, you can pop them super high too. You can. Well, yeah. You know. Yeah. It's scary. squared on deck. Yeah, like right there. I mean, you're still kind of like sliding off it, but having the deck and not having to install like an awkward rail type thing.
Old Spice total body. The fight stay 24/7.
Someone needs to customize and save hundreds of fluid neutral. A little more close to this unit right here for coping, it slants down immediately. Like around the curve feels so cool to step on. Like what a neat design. This should be like in skate parks. Oh, the wax up there. Oh yeah, one slide's not so much. Because like when you're in it and it's slanted down, you once you like the second thing this way your heels just rolling down. It's honestly kind of hard to do anything one besides safety. I cannot express hard enough how playful this thing is. Yes. Like this thing has better dimensions than a lot of like playful versions of this that I've been to on skateboard. I do remember when I came here when I was younger, and I skated like a little bit of transition, but not so much concrete and weird stuff like just like mini ramps and like nothing bigger than 6 foot. I remember the backside of this because it's off the ground kind of freaked me out, and it was uncomfortable to grind something that wasn't like full coping or round coping. Like it does lock in everything differently. But dude, it is once you get past that, just like lean into your grind and just pretend that it's fine. It is such a good spot. Like we're looking at this weird thing. Like we can pump around this. This. I can feel like a headband. You can do something with it. Yes. Stop, dude. I can't have one fucking trick, I swear to God. Dude, this is the coolest skate spot in the world. Yeah, B. Woo! Yeah, the transition in that was a little bit better, I think. Yeah, this looks like a bank to curve on that side, and this side has almost decent transition. Phew, I think it looks pretty rough, but I mean, I think we're all riding X Formula today, and it feels really nice. But I remember skating here with just regular wheels, and it wasn't that rough. I want to throw this as maybe top 5 favorite skate spots of all time. Yeah, I think so. It's a really, really good one. And like I think it's like has shade all the way around it. She just called me out. She said it wasn't the best spot in the world for top 5. Well, best spot in the world might be Buckeye on Tiger. Top 5 is, I mean, it's up there, man. It's a really good spot. I've never been to Barcelona, so I can't tell you what. Love Park was so good.
Man.
You got to skate love? You never got to skate City Hall, though. City Hall was fucking so. I was one of the people who like City Hall more than love, but the one that ledge. I think the only person I ever escaped that was Carrie Getz. We did 50-50 down, 50-50. Trying to like get up on that on first off. It's a little smooth, good job. Oh, that's on the last drive. I thought for sure you were just going to leave it for me. Just leave me one little scrap. But no. There you go. Can't even grind it. That's where the bill's at.
Okay, let's try and build this one up.
This one used to be really shaky. I think last time I was here, like, it wasn't even skatable. You were not planning that reverb. You were not planning that reverb, dude. Were you? All of them's impossible. I just want to see, like, 3. That was sick. There's still one more. Right. Yeah. Yeah. People have done tricks off this. It is just a fat one there. It's probably like 75. Fat one. Kicker to 1. That's 5. Yeah. The one off the edge. If you do it over there, okay. I got to contact down there. So do this. Or maybe I can go further up and it would look better. Sure. Hold on. Oh, that's really big. Okay, I gotta get down there. I literally fell while you did that. I fell when you did that. You don't have to do it again, but I fell. You got that really easy. If you didn't do it on Instagram, I would suggest you do that tail drop and then do a triple the other side. I'm starting to make your plan like that. Okay, that's the cut eye. Or they just have a different ridiculous for. That's it. Dude, shout out communications. Oh, like going to litigation. I just think when I think of it, people, I think of John John. Yeah, where you at, John John? Yeah, I think of John John, and then there's Movie League, and then Matt Duff, I also know was in Promotion City. Yeah, and then there's someone else from Promotion City. Who was it? Cedric Roman. Wait, you said Roman? Wait, Roman. Oh, really? Okay. The cool doctor was from there. I think so. I'm not positive. Are you from Ocean City? I never looked up there though. There's another somebody that came out of something creative. So cool out now. It's nice. I love skating, bro. I love it when cities have the
Keep watching this.
Centennial Skate Park. I think we're going to skate a bunch of street spots in Santa Ana. For warm up. He is indeed waxing the hand. He's not very good at throwing. He's setting curve. That's John's first ollie of the day. That's John's second ollie of the day. The fact that the throw does not have a support bar in the middle, and it like it's bouncy and it drops off super low. Like, yeah, you can't sack, but you can die. So, you know, choose your fighter. First shot to share. Yep, the little drop off got him. Yeah, good morning indeed. It's one of those rare instances where I think I'd rather jump up 50-50 than board sides with how well it dropped up. With that being said, the only two tricks I've ever done on a front 50-50 and front board, but I did do front board before 50-50. But wow, I like the stairs too, which was a terrible idea. I think it's 11. Boom. Like, who wants to jump down 11 stair inside of a skate park? I thought it was so stupid. Yeah. Not good. Yeah, 50-50 is probably the safer bet. John's knowing what to do, just sit on it. A tail slide on your nose. There's a thumbnail. Alright, thanks, dude. My favorite thing about you is you always try some really stupid looking shit, say Dan Corgan, and you're not wrong. You gonna win, dude? You gonna lose this flat ground situation? Game's got it. Take a ladder. You went the wrong way. Wait, who's trick? As you fall in front of. Oh, I almost spoke that into existence. This ground's actually decent. Oh, they get better? That's a ladder. You popped his. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it seems like Nagel just simply knows what's up. Dude, Brent has 2 insoles in those shoes. He feels nothing. He's double backed up. No kids, no board field. You didn't even tap, bro. You're not going to redo it. You're just going to bully your way to not doing it again? That's crazy, dude. So is that, it's your turn. Yeah, he doesn't count those. Or at least I don't. He's talking all that shit all the way to E. I have a feeling you're falling regular though.
than mine. I ain't gonna lie. That was better than mine.
Oh, wow. It's like insulting. I mean, you landed. Oh.
I hate that guy.
That's a very, like, straight, flat barrel deal. That was interesting.
Realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine. Everything changes. Try Rise Mushroom Coffee with 6 functional mushrooms that heal your gut, improve digestion, and boost immunity. A better routine starts here.
Steve also won front back flip, and I go, you don't have front back flips.
You mean to tell me that you can't do them? Damn, dude, Nigel's talking shit.
It sounds like Nigel's got next game.
Nigel hasn't hit anyone this whole time, but in his defense, good for him.
Ooh, now Magic John. Yeah, John, you know how that is.
What did Nigel say? What did Nigel just say?
What did he say?
Damn, dude. Yeah, I think that's your biggest issue. I think you gotta remember that you're just little John B. Little lowercase b, I call you. Are you talking about where you tweak it the other way that so it goes to your foot? Yeah. Yeah. Which is technically a tweak nollie.
Just think he'll take like Tango and Christian Del Toro and be like, you got it. But when we're playing stage, he's like, nah, you don't have it, dude. Not you, dude, not you.
Oh, that's probably his first one, Nigel. Wait for what? You to learn this trick? I don't know what you're providing him, but I don't like it. What do you have, John? Besides skill issues, impossible nollie reveal. That might be it. He did switch heel. He did the best back heel of all time. Oh, heel flip for sure. Yeah, 100% we count that heel flip. He didn't ask you to try like if you're running. What is that's A? That's A. I don't know if you toe touched or not.
Well, it doesn't matter if you do it now. Board's confirmed.
Two to be rude. Chill, dude.
Wow. He felt none of that. Well, like 2 seconds ago, he threw away. Oh, he did it. Yeah. Classic. Classic John B, dude. The Darius special? Run to the guy putting on a knee brace here? That's crazy. Now that counts.
Yeah, dipping your skill over the past year. Step it up, John. Skate more. Be better.
Is this what lifting really looks like? What happened to lifting weights, not phones? Counting reps, not likes? Pushing it, not posting it?
What the hell? It's the Cowboys, dude. Yeah, that's what it is, dude. It's just damage. Yeah, play on play crime. What does he have? A fighting chance.
I gotta lift you with the arch plate.
Got it. These kids, you know. Watch out. Is TMT? John has T? I think John does have T. John has T. Oh my God! Take those! $10. $10 for all this shit. Because if you land it, he's going straight to the lottery. That was actually a solid try. That was a solid try. Seat up.
Goes on with the bibleverse. Well, that is my business.
I don't know. I feel like that's a trick that John has. Yeah, I honestly like the way you have to listen to 12 and like how you have those. I'm not fucking gonna land on the line. I'll give you a picture.
I'm gonna take it.
I think you can take them out with a switch front heel if you have them. Yeah, I know. I'm rooting for you. Don't let Divo get you down, dude. I want you to win. Yeah, dude. I think that's what the win is. We're gonna beat them today. Oh yeah. Man, John's contemplating his life right now. Is he offering him a girl? All of a sudden you have standards? Switch front heel to his grave.
Darn, I should have kept that first one.
Okay, you're right, great. I've only held on one standard today. Whatever you gotta do, you gotta fall on it. Ooh. You got him, Mr. Trial, dude. Damn. I have no tricks. Right. Yeah, you're gonna land and take him out of that switch heel. You had the right idea. Alright.
For all the marbles, my brothers out there in arms, my mother, my father.
We're just gonna see John's reaction while we land it.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a good game. You should do Wally Lee Barrel. Wally Lee Crawford. Come on, dude. Stop playing games. Yeah. That's great. no crate come out there. That was kind of the right idea. I feel bad. I think the place that would be the easiest is Lake Street, but it looks like you could do it. There it is. Now you can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. That's it. Wow. 5. Yeah, it's not very good. Dude, wins one game of skate, loses his mind. No clue what's going on right now. Weekend of burning. Looks like the Una Trey bomber right now, dude. Get out of here. Blurry. What's a truck transfer? He's gonna fuck up my board. Yeah, your board's your board. They're on my board. What are you talking about? Who's your team manager? That's all the knowledge. We got it a long way. You ready to hit the other one? Yeah.
I should bring the chat. What happened to my chat?
Hold on. Put it back. Put it back. There's a whole skate park. Hell yeah.
Bro, these little hobbits are hard to draw.
Shop Old Spice.
We didn't just build another 3-row SUV. We carefully crafted every one of these details.
So in Harbor City here, our guys, I don't know that. I don't know if I'm going to do a video here. I might. So we have Matthew, and then we have Isaac. I've never seen Isaac skate here. But you Thanks, Dad. I'll carve around it. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, we can't. Don't let him lose his board yet. I got a whole video to film. Oh, we're free skating. He doesn't matter today. Oh, yeah, you're right. Your hand splash the water in the transition. Yeah, don't shit. Do you have other pants? Your boy. What's it? Don't grind. Don't grind. I didn't see no switch. There's 100% of more drawing in that water. Like 100%. Yeah, no more. Yeah, trying to get in there. Oh, he's eyeing up on switch. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, he's giving the car keys, dude? You gonna go on backside or front side over it? No, it's a good idea. Perfect idea. Do it front side. I just want to know. No, you're trying to put your hands in the water and stuff. There you go. There you go.
touch. No pants, just risking it. No fear. They actually approached me a long time ago. Yeah. This is like a really long time ago. I forget what it was. Like my dad had a friend who knew someone who worked there or something. 80s. Yeah. 87, baby. That's gonna end badly. Oh, it's the backside? Oh, here's the backside. I just feel like it's the front side from the first one. Bang on. It's a flat.
Put your harness on. Going to a tornado for God's sake.
He's in sight. What if we could prevent all this?
You think you can disrupt a tornado?
Gary, I never had a chance to get close enough.
Oh, shit. I just had to check down crusty rules and bumps and stuff like that down the trail. Don't really skate it because they're run up. You gotta roll on the sport pipe and kind of carve over and skating it backside is nearly impossible. That was perfect timing for me to say that word. Because the dirt's right here. Mobilis is here. Day-one's manual and top off. Ooh, and a tail slide. Good day. Oh, first go? Who is he? This is the not very close. This dude looks like very close for business. See that? What? Backpack. Yeah, I'm good. Well, I guess he's good, but you know what I'm saying. Oh! Hey, oh, yeah. Yeah, four squad that ain't tails here. Oh, he got better. Dale's better now. They did. Yeah, look at him go. That's Dale wants off. Does he always see it? What is that? It's a freaking 8. Fucking. You got what? Dude, I fucking pull up and I go sit down. Dude, I just got roasted by that fucking kid for like 15 minutes. Wait, the little kid? Yeah, he's like, you're really weird. You're a spider. I'm like, alright. And he's like, where's Big Daddy? He's like, it's so crazy. Yeah, that kid didn't like it. I think he did. Did you think he did? Come to a spider and that's where Big Daddy was. Yeah, John's gonna be so cool, but what about Dale and Decker on this quarterfinal? Clearly, I made the right choice. Maybe it's because I filed my board down. What do you filed your board down? So I filed my grip tape with my truck, and there's no more wax on my truck maybe. Wait, what? Do you think the quarterfinal is sticky? Did you scan it? Yeah, it's sticky. Filing of your trust. What a crazy big deal you said right there. Like, I think I'm so stupid. Yeah, come back up on top. Dan, you're stupid. Sounds fine. Yeah, that was stupid. You get a pedicure, dude? Are your toenails fired? Yeah, man. Maybe you missed day one, do some hard manual tricks. For real. Really? Not the end. Back left. I was close. Oh. This keeps getting better and better. Good call. Whoa. That was good. Did he just do really man?
That was in your face, dude. Dale was trying to do that trick all day today.
Yeah, Dale called me in the middle of the night last night. He was like, I want to go really grind manual.
Manual Bible show.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, bro. No, take your board. Dude, I'm getting really good at guessing what tricks you're gonna try.
Biggie heel. Hardest Euro gas tricks in the world.
Got it. There's the back leg. Ooh, he's too young for that trick.
This kid was racing earlier?
Yeah. Yeah, here.
Yeah, you are excited, dude.
Oh, it's going in the water, dude. Oh.
Yeah, John is a dad.
He's a dad, actually. Oh, what? Jesus. Dude. Dude. Robert. There you go, I'm all out of it. Whoa! We take those. That is crazy to go that fast in a straight cut movement just because it's so close to the pad. Dude, John, you literally never do that trick on that rail. Oh, dude, what the big?
There is something that your daddy and I, something that your mummy and me want to talk to you about. It's a bit serious though.
What's happened to my underdog?
Boy, this is no idea.
So sorry, but
Oh, we got inspired! I don't think I've appropriately played one trick that he's done up to your account. I just kept to the last second of it. What's on that? Dude, Jeff Wansana's killing it today, dude. The Cesare is on one. Okay, I'm gonna call the entire run. I'm gonna shoot over your guy because I'm not gonna fall through it. Yep. In your face!
Oh, the dreaded switch shot.
Ooh, nose bar? Whoa, 1 foot?
Where's my charger?
Oh, no. Wow! I never see that trick where I like it. I still have it. No distractions. How cool would it be if Dan nodded over this ball first round?
Ooh, V-bump, that's actually kind of crazy.
Yes, and where then it's your backside. I mean, he made it look normal, but I promise you, no one skates a real backside if you're regular.
So by the time you pop, you're just finishing your car, so you're still like leaning to your heel side kind of heavy. Ooh, fakey. I think that was fakey. Yeah, it's fakey.
Okay?
I couldn't even keep that whole trick
freaking frame. It took up like 10 feet of space. Yeah, that was a real shit. It's like this one. King shit. John's board go in the water. I knew it. Every time you come here, it's going in the water. John's personal finger over here, bro. It's on the water. It's like the third time this week. I saw on Instagram yesterday. It's because that bunker rail's cursed. Yeah, that thing is sopping. One up them. Yes, Dale. Yeah, it was. So I've just been working on how to sit on front 180 switch grips. This is like kind of your classic flat bar. Oh, come on! Out of all the tricks that Isaac does, I think I like his trunk tails the most, just because it's very Ethan Fowler-esque. Have you seen a set of stairs before? Very rare. Maybe doesn't matter, like a board like a tail slide. He like walks like a ball. That's comfortable. Alright. John's over here fully nailed today. That's such a highlight. I gotta get close enough to hear what he says on camera. It's pretty golden. Uh-oh. You're stuck at times 3. Oh, yes it is. Oh! Can you imagine getting cheers without that in a kickflip? There he is. Yeah, I like you, Mike Carroll. That was better. Nope. Yeah. Chilling on that grip. Oh, I want him to take 185 over that wrestling so bad. That alone was really sick. Yeah, Dale. That was painful. Yeah, vocals.
Old Spice total body. The fight stay 24/7.
So last time Dale tried this, he sacked his board. Hurricane one. Did he wally that? He didn't even like scrape it, he just straight walled it. Yeah, I could, but could I do this? Really? Yeah, you got that. Good save. You got that. Wait, you had instructor pushing to this board? You took him away from him, obviously. I heard him. Yeah, that would be so sick, Isaac. That was awesome.
Okay.
Big hurricane? Did I film terribly?
Every try. Never mind.
You go around twice. Oh! Ah! I figured it out. Oh! That was one of the wildest falls I've ever seen. You dig it out?
Really? But it looks like he's about to just do this. Look at this guy.
Oh, yeah. But it's like, wow. Wait, can that be get out of knowledge? Fake. Real.
I don't think anyone's on.
You're a guy like that before. You got me missing?
People need to skate more no-deck quarter pipes like that. Like when it's thin, like a double-sided ledge like that, you can get so many like four-side strong.
What about the stance? This knowledge looks fake and stipulates knowledge. You didn't know Day One's the best filmer in the world.
Yeah.
Airwalk out, probably gonna be his.
There you go.
They only have the knowledge clip. I'm sure it exists somewhere online, but probably not in this video. No, I didn't film it.
But did you see it? I want to see it. Yeah, let me see it, dude. Oh, yeah, maybe we're here.
Ooh, look at him go.
I'm pretty stoked, dude.
Yeah, that was it.
I'm pretty stoked.
I'm proud of it. Yeah. I haven't done anything like that I had to like work hard on. Oh, he did that good.
Can you make fun of Dale, dude?
Dude, the girl's over here talking smack.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna film this, all right? Get up, get up!
There it is. God damn. Oh, god damn. Oh!
Dude, Day One has been posted up filming his homies for probably an hour straight.
This is right. Hey! Hey!
These are just good. I like just having these in the background, especially drawing these weird characters. I feel like it's like it like goes with drawing one of these cool like characters.
Yeah, that's what I would.
Can I just kiss you?
Oh,
Just once.
time. We all have an idea of what love can be. That's special.
You just get fucking everybody up full example. Got a weird spine thing.
Actually, a lot of kind of playful transition. What the hell is that? Exactly. Picture you around here somewhere?
You have me taking like background part.
Yeah, Zach and Chris here. Where do you think you're filming? But they're doing a little battle royale,
dude. Well, now you're here. You're ready to go, dude. Well, why? It's a good day. It's only hot. It feels like it's cooling down a little bit, though. There's a little breeze going. You got that? That was a trick. This is seeing everyone alive. It's so funny. Dangerous, dude. Marty's open on her fucking heads. Hell yeah. Dude, that's fucking real. Honestly, this part is pretty sick. Cool floater. You get a big floater? Oh! Just swing back, whatever. Yep. Wow. This back knows one. This spine thing's definitely the attraction here. To the speaker side.
He found a cross. I feel like this is almost kind of... Man, some of those Bible studies are so gnarly, dude. Like, you know, because you see a little cross, but you don't really you don't really know, like, how gnarly it was, right? That's how I feel like this is how I felt. Until I figured out what that actually started representing. I'm like, what in the world?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Did you try the kickflip one on this yet? Yeah, there's also like a smaller gap between the coping, I think. No way! It looks sick. I've never seen back with a big kickflip transition. That might be the most obvious random trick I've never seen a transition.
I'm gonna draw a sleeping squirrel.
Yeah. There's no way you're landing that. It's gonna be the hardest post of your life. Forward flip. You're trying to get in between. Get up in those coping cheeks. That one makes more sense. Backside was sick. Like, there's no way that that's NPD, but also, like, there's a slight chance it's NPD. It's, like, so obvious, but not obvious. Try burial.
Little squirrel. Little monkey.
It's almost funnier when he misses. What do you get the other one that game? Switch pretzel? Whoa, 1 foot. It's so round, apparently, like, thanks everyone. Let's switch back, lady, to between the Jeep stall.
What about kickflip rock, nollie shove, and pop over?
Hobbits like mushrooms. Oh, fudge. Turn this in. Good thing that wasn't ink.
Oh, the pretzel back. Oh my god, dude. Chain flip one, tail smack? That's sick. Anything to the wheel thing that's not just like a blunt is pretty impressive. Like, even going straight into the wheel thing is a nightmare.
For a second, I thought you were going to try to knowledge shove out of that. Yeah, I can see it in your eyes, but not in your feet.
This part gets me so stoked. I love it's not that it's a bad part. If it is, I think it's a good part for when it was built, but it's like not good for the reason they intentionally built it. Like if you when this car was built and you wanted to like get good at skating on 45, this probably isn't it. Like it's really wrong.
That explains a lot about Landon and Charlie.
Yeah, imagine if you can learn how to like float through big stuff on this stuff, you can kind of float anywhere. What happened with that camera that made it go off? We need to talk to one of these guys. 540, clip 50, baby. Yeah. It makes me want to like try to do it at like Harvard or something. Just like one of the little quarterfinals. No, dude. I feel like you have everything. The reason I skate with better skaters is so I can take their tricks with me.
Let me have 50-50 kicks. You know what's kind of funny about 50-50 kickflips?
It's having like a renaissance right now. Like, it was a no-no shit when I was growing up. Like, you don't think about it. You think that's lame, but like, now people are doing it on handrails and stuff. I think that you're gonna kick them on handrails and it's gonna be cool.
I'm gonna change it to BMX streets, or draw on a BMX bike. Or BMX streets.
I think the first person I saw do that shit was Dylan Reader.
Am I cool enough to be a part of BMX streets, everybody? Can I be a part of the BMX community?
I think it's more like trains without transition. That shit's just flails on me every time.
Not that you prefer that as transition, like it's not two fucking banks with a bar in the middle of the game.
You
want to give you credit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're transition skating up there.
Yeah, even the first one's pretty fast. It looks like that was you.
But he can't. None of that was real.
This kid has freaking 4-piece bars right here. Kid does not have brakes. I know we'll notice. Kids do not like. I wonder if that's why people are just brakeless. Kids just don't like working on brakes.
Yeah, that's what I would expect to have happen. 360 flips out of quarter pipes to control it is very, 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 very rare. Oh, I've never seen the other one. And I still
Sleeping little monkey right there.
You caught that so high.
Oh, I can see you wanting it though.
I'm not really sure how we're gonna do this one.
I mean, every step has been a little bit closer.
Now you're gonna do it next track.
sick. Whoa, 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 whoa. I think we ain't dabbling with my lady now. You're trying to barely over here. Well, 540-foot rock? You can do that. Jesus Christ. If you switch back tail, pop over that thing. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, I'm parking, man. Dude. That was probably my favorite trick that could possibly be done on his spine, minus inside it. Don't you dare even, don't even threaten you with that kind of a good thing. You know what trick I can see you doing over it? That half flip, late heel flip thing, so stall. Where's the half flip, heel flip for one? Oh, you the blunt? You should do it to blunt and then flip out with that same trick.
Hobbits like mushrooms. I put Matthew 4:19. Where should we write it? Right here? Yeah. Matthew 4:19. Matthew 4:19. We're gonna write this verse right here. And he said to them, "Follow me, and I'll make you fishers of men." I don't know, should I put the math? Maybe I'll put it at the bottom. Darn, let me see if we can push it.
Full pitch. The shepherd pitch, when you do a front stroke and it's I think remember doing the front like, oh, it looks so scary.
Like full trust.
Full trust. I'm going to argue that it's an experience for me.
Yeah. Whoever those people are fine. I think I'd pick one or the other.
Walk in a second, maybe in like either one way or the other way, or the
Imagine being so used to seeing garlic tricks captured that when you pull the end of the rod, you don't see your conversation. Super bug. He sets the bar and then goes over it. I'm a big fan. Yeah. Oh, look, there's our favorite.
See that? That was my favorite.
Don't leave me. I love the board, dude. What the heck, dude? Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, you look like a sad.
Look at that beautiful thing. Hi, man. What's up, dude?
You're skating in my town.
Hey, what's your drink?
You got friends.
Dude, I'm always ready to do it.
Matthew 4:19. Let's become fishers for the Lord.
He's the best skater. Ran the whole way. That would actually be crazy. Did he die? I believe it.
We're about done, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Draw some of the mushrooms.
He says, is my dream come true? Exactly. I was just trying out something different stuff. I think it's going to be a center. It seems to be like so fun. So he set him up. What were you doing before the 51s? You just like put them on, like these are wheels. Yeah, 51's a little guy. He said it's like throwing off his pumping. Also, they're not dragons or anything like that, or even exporting myself. Getting used to the hardness. Yeah, you need your turn today. It's a kicker. That's how he like turns around. Yeah, let's hit it. Dust on it. Yep, there's that third. Report. Back down, backsmith. Pull one out. Okay, back there.
All right, we'll sign it. Sign it. I kind of want to sign right there. Let's do it like on the tree.
Stalled across that whole box. That was ridiculous, man. Kick the back down battle. Zach, you're not invited. I don't know, Zach. You might want to get up there, dude.
Alrighty, we're done.
Place your bets. Who do you think? Who do you think has got this one? Yeah, Zach's not even in it. But I still think it's Zach.
See all this space? Think of all the different angles.
See, it's so crazy, like, thinking about this one, right? Because, like, it's like I feel like this is what I almost felt like, right? You don't really get the gravity of the cross, man. It's really disturbed. Thinking about it.
You're all that John Rapper shit, dude. This new shit are crazy. I feel like the opposite. I feel like my ankle. You think you got hurt? That's called walking.
Okay, let's turn all this stuff off. I forgot I don't even have any music going today. I'm gonna get a thumbnail for this. Alrighty, everybody. Oh, this concludes the stream. I'm gonna go hang out with some friends, so trying to rush this one up. We got a sleeping little monkey right there, little squirrel. Got a BMX bike. Brakeless. This kid's sketchy. Don't like brakes. Took him off. He doesn't know how to run brakes. Wheels are shot. By kind of the Hobbit-ish. We got the Hobbit feet. There's a lot of lore with hobbits like mushrooms. And we found a cross. And this is the verse we put in. Matthew 4:19, and he said to them, "Follow me, and I'll make you fishers of men." Which a lot of pastors say we're supposed to become fishers of men, but I don't know. What does that look like in reality, right? I don't know. That winning souls, that just a Great Commission. I don't know, but I guess we could attempt to fish for the Lord, right? Not. I feel like it's not as bright as it should be, but. Everybody, that the right way I should have this. I don't know if I should like how like I should. I wish there was like a little level gauge so I could see how off I am when I'm getting these thumbnails. Nope, everybody. Glory be to God. Let's continue to try and become fishers for the Lord. And hopefully if we continue to follow the Lord, He'll teach us how to become better fishers of men for His glory and for the Great Commission. Farewell, travelers. Try your best. Have fun.